Hello, hello, hello. Opening tunes brought to you by Chill Boy Beats. Go subscribe to their YouTube channel, ya goons. Like their videos. Also, hello everybody. Hello Priscilla. Hello Alicia. Hello Erica. Hello Matatiahu. Hello Punky Gal. Hello Catalina Gearbox. Hello. 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 Hello the Mana King. Hello Malachi. Hello Gamer G. Gamer G's not here. My god. What have we become? Also, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, like the goddamn stream. What are you doing? Hey, Build a Dog. Also, and I can't believe I have to say this, please don't share links to sex toys in the chat. Don't do that. If you're gonna share links to sex toys, do it in the NSFW section of the Discord, where everyone is properly vetted to be a legal adult. I thought it was funny. I mean, look, it's fine. Just like, don't do it. Don't do it again. That was your like, don't do it again. Yeah, it was a tuning fork butt plug, which is objectively a funny idea, but less funny when you link to the actual product. Because you know, there are teenagers, underage children in our community. As you all have been made aware of by, like, that one guy who came in and was like, I'm actually 11 years old. So, yeah. The reason we have, like, a cordoned off NSFW section is specifically for linking products like that. Hello, Nerodia. I remember that day. That poor child. He just wanted to be, like, where all the people are. But, like, for very good reason, I can't just be like, oh, you're 11? You're too young to use any of the services on which you watch my content. Come back in, like, 4 years. I'm banned from your Discord for some reason. I'll talk to the mods about it. After I banned from the site, I think they went to YouTube. They did. They did. And then I had to ban them there too. After, again, they're like, hello, I'm that 11-year-old you just banned. I'm just like, did you not hear any of the other parts? My god. Hey, Social Lust. I like your username. Hey, ACAB includes Tone Police. Also, can someone post in Twitch chat just so I know that it's working? Poor kid. I hope they're doing alright too. I mean, like, they can certainly continue watching my content. They just, I just, for obvious reasons, can't have people in my community being like, I'm actually 11. Don't do that. If you're a child, please don't, like, go around the internet advertising that you're a child. There are too many creeps out there. Hey, Holic Master, how you doing? Hello, Starry Night. Hello, Troy. Hello, Mellowfire. Why do I get your stream at random time zones? Because I don't usually stream on the weekends. And when I do, I stream at random times. And sometimes I stream during the daytime, it's true. I've only ever caught you at night? Yeah. She doesn't have a hard stream time. I mean, I try to do 8 p.m. Central Time on weeknights. It's just really hard for a variety of reasons that I don't want to get into. It's hard to be super consistent with that, given how my life is a bit messier these days. We used to be I'm glad you liked the why we have octagon shaped stop signs. I'm glad you enjoyed that content I sent you. Am I on vacation? No. What part of me doing like 9-hour streams every night for like the last 7 days indicates that I'm on vacation? I had to delete one of the VODs, by the way, because apparently when I played that trombone champ, Neon Genesis Evangelion, that blocked the entire VOD from being shown everywhere globally. So I had to edit out the trombone champ and re-upload the VOD. So you are able to watch it. It's just re-uploading. 6 hours, so no fun allowed. Did you read the Operation Himmler article I sent you? No, I did not. I do look at the things you guys send me, but like I can't ever guarantee that I'm going to be able to watch or read through an entire thing. Beep boop. I want to get Boy Meets Minnie on stream to talk to me about like Pakistan and Indian politics. At least it's not DMCA. True. Who makes streamer sites like Shark300, Vosh, and you? I would love one. It's a German worker co-op called White Forest. They have a very long backlog of like people to work with and work on. But get in contact with the White Forest folks and they'll fix you up eventually. Is related to Nazi Germany doing a false flag. Oh yeah. I did see that. I didn't read about it in depth, but I skimmed the article. Yeah, that was crazy. Like that in that Putin interview, guys. Putin referenced essentially that Poland did a bunch of attacks on Germany, and that is what prompted Germany to invade Poland. And it's literally just like a alternate history world that he's creating for his propagandized audience. In reality, the Nazi government did false flag attacks on itself to justify its invasion of Poland. It's crazy. Well, I mean, they named it Operation Himmler because they were Nazis. Like that's what that's. I don't know what to tell you. They dressed up in Polish uniforms and faked the attacks. That's crazy. What are we discussing? So we're just getting started. We're just talking about stuff. I was thinking I might play a video game today. How do you guys feel about that? We could play a video game, or we could do content. Which would you guys prefer? Beep boop boop beep. Yawners. Both content and video games? We could certainly do both. Vimeo games? With drama going on, anything would be great. I agree. Let's see. What? Okay, fine. I guess we'll do another Breaking Points video, because what the hell is this even? All right, we'll do that. I just found delicious content for you guys. Brain rot and chill? Okay, we'll brain rot and chill for sure. For sure on this. All right. Oh man, we're eating good today, fam. What are we in for here? We're in for I'm hitting up all of the usual suspects, and we are man, we're eating good today, let me just tell you. Oh man. Okay. It's really crazy. Apparently, Steven Crowder's been waging war on the school that was shot up by that just insane trans person. Do you guys remember? Like, he's been going crazy. Why would you send the link as a, why would you send that link as a whisper, Catalina Gearbox? Just post it in the NSFW portion of the Discord. My god. Or double check before you send it to someone. Steven Crowder's been trying to get his hands on the full manifesto, and I think it's pretty much been solidified that like he illegally like leaked parts of it to the press. So now this is just like a weird hill that he's gonna die on. Yeah, no, like he's already kind of screwed himself, so he's just continuing to double, triple, and quadruple down. But maybe we should go over this as well. Why not? Just adding all the brain rot today. What's PragerU up to? You know, what are they doing? Let's see. Oh boy, they uploaded an hour-plus long video the other day about the benefits of fossil fuels. Oh boy. All right. They're not actually too interesting. PragerU, by the way, just real quick, has been doing very poorly lately. They have 3.2 million subscribers, and their views like barely crack like 50K sometimes. I mean, this video came out 4 days ago, has 4,000 views. That's wild. Yeah, PragerU is so weird. Is Steven even relevant anymore? Not really, but I've noticed that people really like when I dunk on him, and he's an easy target. So, you know, I don't mind going out of my way to dunk on Steven Crowder, one of the worst people alive, a little bit more.
It's a modern twist on an old joke.
Man, Jordan Peterson did an hour-long breakdown of Ben Shapiro's rap song. That's crazy, dog. Are you kidding me? Part of the problem of, like, wanting to cover more Jordan Peterson content is that, like, every one of his videos is, like, 2 hours long or an hour-long minimum, and they have titles like a psychological breakdown of a rap song, and I'm like, I don't want to watch that. I am kind of interested. He did an interview with Jocko Willett, who I remember being relatively based and cool, but I also don't want to watch a 2-hour long video of that. Beep boop. Let's see. Who else? Who, like, I feel like I have been running out of, like, shit-heel conservatives to talk about. Like, I feel like some of them are just dropping off the face of the earth, and I'm not entirely sure why. I hope that's a good sign. Also, I made the mistake of adding Jordan Peterson to a list of people on Twitter that helps me, like, collate, like, content for you guys. And now, like, literally everything on that list is just Jordan Peterson, like, schizo posting. Oh yeah, what's John Doyle up to these days? Probably, you know, not Nazi stuff, you know, obviously. But John Doyle. Let's see. Why conservatives can't make culture. Man, how is he, like, how does he actually make a living? Like, his videos are, like, once every 2 months. It's wild. Probably making money, like, coordinating with, like, weird schizo campaigns like Paul Gosar's. Michael Knowles? Oh, we haven't checked out what Michael Knowles is doing lately.
At the end of 2023, the scoreboard was...
Ugh. Skolston. Let's take a look here. Michael Knowles. Man, he always looks so unhinged in his thumbnails. Look at this guy. Don't tell me he's okay, dog. He went on the oh god damn. He went on the whatever podcast. That show is such garbage. I wonder if I guess we can take a look. If Michael Knowles is uploading it, then it's probably like all right for us to commentate on. Wait. He wants to ban sexting? How would you even go about banning sexting? Okay, wait. We're gonna do that one. We're gonna do that one too. Okay. How y'all doing? Y'all ready for content? I'm trying to figure out what I should play while we do this. It might be okay for me to play Death Stranding, right? Or should I play something a bit more chill like Teamfight Tactics? A lawmaker in Oklahoma wants to ban sexting. Yeah, but like how would one do that? Here, I'm going to put it up for a vote. Vote what game? Teamfight Tactics or Death Stranding. There you go. You have 30 seconds. Do you want the chill game or the chill game? Watching you and playing The Sims? Hell yeah. Thinking about the white lady enchiladas I'm making for dinner. White people taco night. Norman Reedus is ass? Okay, I can provide. Also, does my color on screen, like my camera, does my camera look like it's a little bit better balanced? I tweaked some of the visuals, the color settings. I feel like it's a much more natural look at the moment. Like this is closer to like my actual hue. I'm suddenly realizing these posts are first past. These polls are first past the post. Yeah, we haven't mastered ranked choice voting yet. You look even cuter. Thank you. I don't know, red-green colorblind? Okay, thanks. All right. So what we're going to do here... Do you guys want the game big or the video big? Which would you like? Also, drop up. Game big? Okay, we can game big. Doing? Game. Perfect. All right, let's get started with that first. Don't want to see his face big? Fair. Let's go over his sexting ban. Let's I want to know actually the logistics of how they're proposing to ban sexting, because basically my understanding is that in order to ban sexting, you would have to like spy on literally every citizen's phone and messages and then be able to shut down anything that was too sultry, which is basically an impossible task. Hey, beer at the function.
We should have already had this conversation many, many years ago. What you're doing in your bedroom, what you're doing in private, is affecting everybody. Pornography is destroying us.
Meanwhile,
You know, it's so crazy to me that conservatives will make this argument while at the same time being like, but you don't have the authority to make me wear a mask for the greater public good. It's just like, what? You not being vaccinated or you like refusing to wear a mask tangibly hurts people in like a direct, consequential way. As opposed to like watching pornography, which doesn't do that, but you'll make the argument for like against pornography, but not against like, but not in favor of like public health. It's really insane.
we're trying to have a real conversation here with my guest, Senator Dusty Beavers, who is a state senator from Oklahoma and who is one of the very few conservatives putting his money and time and effort where everyone's mouth is and actually pushing back against what I consider to be the most ubiquitous and one of the most severe political problems in the country, and that is porn.
What's
and weird
today's
sex stuff.
topic?
Senator
Porn.
Beavers, thank you for coming on.
Hey, thank you for having me, Michael. I really appreciate it.
Senator, what is the bill that you are proposing? Because the media are making you out to be some kook who's obsessed with
Yeah, no, his
sex
name is actually
and porn,
Dusty Beavers.
and you're pushing a fringe, unconstitutional kind of law to what?
Hopefully ban porn. Pornography is defiling and it's
There's
corrosive,
no way you-
it's domineering, and it's absolutely destroying our culture.
Not that there's no way you can actually do that. Like, it's clearly a violation of the First Amendment. Trying to ban porn, like, absolutely not something that you could feasibly do ever under our current constitution. Last night, Echoplex made us watch Scientology TV. You would never do this to us, right? I don't think so. I might make you watch like advertisements for like Scientology or like weird fringe cults that put out like advertising. But I'd never make you watch their television.
Culture, and there's really no good use for it. And we want to push the Supreme Court to the test and run the Miller test, so to speak, to see if there really is any value for Oklahomans for having pornography.
You mentioned the Miller test. Could you explain what that is to people who have not followed the changes in America's perception of obscenity?
Yeah, sure. Miller versus California in the 70s, the Supreme Court established a three-pronged obscenity test to determine if speech was or expression could be labeled obscene, and if it is if it's obscene, then it's not protected by the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and so it can be prohibited. And there's three tests essentially. The first one is the arousal test. Whether the average person applying, our contemporary community standards would find the work as a whole prurient or arousing. The second would be offensive, or the gag reflex test. And then the third would be a serious value test, where it asks if the material lacks serious literary or artistic or political.
Notice how all of this falls into the same category for like fascists. It's all vibes based. It's all vibes based, guys. There's no like empirical test you could do to determine any of these things. It's all vibes. Oh, it makes me feel icky. It makes me feel weird. Oh, it makes my pee-pee hard.
Political or scientific value. So we really are looking from the state of Oklahoma. We're saying, look, the Constitution of our nation does not protect obscenity. Supreme Court has also upheld that it doesn't protect obscenity. And the Constitution also, according to the 10th Amendment, says that Oklahoma has the right to protect its own people. And so we are essentially just saying, do the people of Oklahoma, a jury in Oklahoma, want pornography? And really the reality is, from a legal level, we should have already had this conversation many, many years ago. But the truth is, up until about 40 or 50 years ago, We didn't have to have this conversation. The sexual revolution has pushed this conversation into the front to say, really, what's the good in obscenity for our nation?
50. I need to remind all of you that 50 years ago was, the middle of the 1970s, and they absolutely had pornography back then. Are you kidding me? Like, this guy was like creaming his jeans over finding like a used Playboy in a dumpster. Okay, like that was the state of things 50 years ago.
And we've proven that it's completely corrosive to our society.
You mentioned how 40, 50 years ago we wouldn't have had to have this conversation. Of course, we had laws against obscenity all over the country. We had a much lower threshold for what constitutes obscenity for the vast majority of our nation's history. They raise it a little bit, like in Miller or some other decisions as well. But I agree with you, even by any modern conception of what constitutes obscenity, high-speed, ubiquitous internet pornography falls into that category. I agree with you that there's an appetite for it. They tried it twice in the 90s. There was, at the national level, the Communications Decency Act and the Child Online Protection Act. Republicans and Democrats supported it. Bill Clinton signed it into law. And then liberal judges applying crazy, anti-historical standards shot those both down. And so now we have this problem that we have now rather than nipping it in the bud 20, 25 years ago. Why is porn such a big issue? You're going to have people on the left, and you're going to have some libertarians say, oh, well, yeah, it's kind of naughty and nasty, but why do you care what someone does in his own bedroom? And is this really the biggest issue? We got an invasion on the southern border. We got an economy in shambles. Porn, isn't that kind of far down the list of priorities?
Yeah, that's a great question. That question's popped up a lot, and I'd say a few things. Number one, every person looking at porn knows that it is condemning them. There's not a single person who looks at it and says, oh, this is a good thing for me. This is a good thing for the people that I'm watching here. This is what I'm seeing happen here. Even if it's less violent, is a good thing. Nobody is saying that because they have a conscience. They're created by God, and their conscience is either approving them or accusing them before the holy character of God. So they already know, number one. Secondly, porn is defiling. And what we see in the bedroom spills out into the outdoors.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you don't believe in Christianity here, like everything he's saying here is absolutely insane bullshit, you know? Like, if anything, what's so fascinating to me about like a lot of evangelical Christians who are like this guy is that they just project their own issues onto everyone else. I experienced this, so clearly everyone must. When I watch my filthy, degenerate pornography, I wind up taking it out my guilt on my wife by beating her. Therefore, that's what happens everywhere. Like that's this guy's lacking the theory of mind. Yeah, exactly. Notice how he wants Oklahoma to have the choice, but he doesn't allow a ballot measure or a referendum. Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't it weird how when he tries to frame it as a democratic issue, he also simultaneously has to go, but we don't actually want democracy to establish to like decide whether or not Oklahomans want this. I just intuitively know that Oklahomans want this and will impose it upon them because that's what I think they want based on zero evidence, right? Again, it's the fascist thing. It's the fascist thing of like, you don't need any evidence, you just go off of vibes. The vibe he perceives is, well, everyone hates pornography and we should ban it. But he does not want actual empirical evidence to that effect.
What happens indoors is always going to go outdoors with porn. It disfigures one's view of everything that is good and true and beautiful. I mean, think of the modern art that we have. It's ugly. It's meant to defile and to break. Yeah,
this guy's boundaries. Just straight up
transgressive. It is doing everything to It's truly pagan.
Notice how he moved from talking about pornography to talking about modern art being too transgressive. Modern art is too thought provoking, therefore we need to ban it. Yeah, no. Like I'm telling you guys, he's doing all of the Nazi things because his ideology and like a Nazi's are indistinguishable. There's no daylight between them.
Porn comes from a pagan sensibility of oneness, monism, rather than there's God and then there's everything that's created. It wants to disfigure everything, transgress it all, and create truly a queer theory worked out just from the initial stages. And another thing is, porn is domineering. It is a wildfire that cannot be controlled, and it taps into the voracious, insatiable appetite of the corrupted flesh. It's never satisfied. Let me tell you what Ted Bundy said. A lot of people have heard this, but some people in the younger generation have not heard that Ted Bundy, he was a serial killer, admitted to killing over 30 people, and he said this in prison: like most other kinds of addiction, I would keep looking for more potent, more explicit, more graphic kinds of material. Like an addiction, you keep craving something which is harder, something which gives you a greater sense of excitement until you reach the point that pornography only goes so far. He said that pornography is what led him down the path of doing these wicked and heinous serial killings. And then he said this: I've lived in prison a long time now. I've met a lot of men.
Yeah, we should definitely take the anecdotal points of a serial killer. Very trustworthy. Good job. Yeah, definitely, dude. Just don't find any actual evidence for your points. Don't find any actual like studies or citations. Just find like an anecdote, and like from like the most unreliable person you could possibly imagine. Yeah, no, in his rhetoric here, he's agreeing with the serial killer, dude. And conservatives will just nod along. People will just be like, yeah, that serial killer, he was cooking. He was really up to something there. Like, that's crazy, dog. He's an elected official in Oklahoma.
And who were motivated to commit violence just like me, and without exception.
But I still want to know how the
every one of
sexting
them
comes in.
was deeply involved in pornography, without question, without exception, deeply influenced and consumed by addiction to pornography. It is not merely what happens indoors. It's going outdoors, and it's even going outdoors and creating, I think, the corrosive level of society that we've got right now. So we've got to destroy that which is destroying our foundations. And it's destroying the foundations, particularly in the home. And there's no question that Satan and in his serpentine theocracy is wanting to create a whole nother system where he rules and where God's holy character is not.
Does this guy have the audacity to claim that like people who belong to all other groups aside from him are advocating for a theocracy? Dude, evangelical like Nazi Christians like this guy are just constantly projecting. They want a theocracy, so they accuse like anyone who disagrees with them of wanting a theocracy. It's wild, dude. Whatever happened to the separation of church and state? Trad Caths like Michael Knowles don't believe in a separation of church and state, which we'll get to. There's another segment that we have queued up where Michael Knowles specifically argues that the separation between church and state isn't real, it doesn't exist, and should be ignored. So, yeah.
The standard where you see in traditional values and traditional families. It is destroying us.
It's such a simple, clear point that you're making. And it's something that even a lot of people on the right have forgotten. Just as you can't separate body from soul, I guess the transgender activists are trying to do that now, just as Gnostics have been doing that for all of history. Nothing new under the sun. I guess it's all old versions of paganism. But just as you can't separate from the body from the soul, you can't separate the person in the bedroom from the person in the streets. It's the same person. You can't actually live two lives. A lot of people are duplicitous. A lot of people endeavor to lead two lives, but you're the same guy, and it will disfigure your mind. It will disfigure your perception. It might well disfigure your body. And the proof of this is that we were told in the 90s...
You know, the issue that we're having here, though, is that the people encouraging this duality of existence are conservative Christians. If you didn't have like this immense societally imposed guilt while living within evangelical Christianity, right? You could simply like be like, yeah, I like having threesomes. You could be like, yeah, I like sitting in the cuck chair. Yeah, I like having sex. You know, I went on Pornhub the other day and had a great time. You could just openly talk about these things and not have this problem. So again, even in their formulation of this being a problem, the people imposing the problematic attitudes are them themselves.
Oh, you know, just let people do whatever they want in the bedroom. It's no big deal. Stop being the purity police, whatever. And then what, 5 minutes later, you've got massive pride parades in the streets with guys wearing weird leather outfits and smacking each other and inviting children to these kinds of parades. And then they say, oh, it's no big deal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, what people do in their bedroom is none of your business. What people talk about on their phones is none of your business. I'm sorry. Oh no, did a child go to a pride parade and see a man wearing like leather straps and more like clothing than they might see on a traditional beach? The horror. Oh no, men wearing more clothing than Speedos on a beach. Oh no, men with more clothing on than like your average person in swimming trunks. Oh no, the horror. This is what they're scared about. Like, they're the ones projecting their own insecurities and weirdness onto other people. We shouldn't have to bear that burden for them.
It's the children probably shouldn't even be at those parades. Well, okay, first of all, it's in public.
How you doing?
But second of all, they don't leave it in the street. Then all of a sudden the activism makes it into the classroom. Then all of a sudden the activism gets codified in law to the point that now you've got school administrators encouraging children and enabling children to take dangerous chemicals, hormones, block their puberty, call them different names, use the wrong bathroom without their parents' permission. You know, at what point was that?
So, like, what's interesting to me here is, like, he's, like, implying that teachers have the ability to give, like, hormones or puberty blockers to children, which is not the case. There's no place in America where teachers can get, like, kids in their class prescription drugs. That there's just not, that doesn't exist, right? And on the flip side, like, yeah, your kid, when they go to school, is outside of the parents' control. If your kid that you gave the name William to goes to school and is like, I want to be called Bill, like, their friends and teachers will call them Bill, even if their name is William. That's not like a crazy thing. That's been happening for the entire history of schools existing. And this, oddly, doesn't mess people up. I'm sure Michael Knowles has had the experience of going to school and calling himself Mike, or having people call him Mike, even though his given name is Michael. This isn't new. But he's acting like this. It's this hysterical thing. They're grooming these kids. Were you groomed when people called you Mike? Michael Knowles? No. When you asked people to call you a nickname and they did, was that grooming you? No. It's the same principle for trans kids. They're trying out new names. They might change their names. They might go back to their name. That's fine. That's their prerogative. They can do that. Oh, they're firmly identifying as another gender enough to come out to, like, everyone in their school, but they don't feel safe coming out to you? That's because you're not making them feel safe. That's your failure as a parent. It's not their failure. That's not the school's failure. That's your failure. Again, that's what these kinds of people do. That's what fascists do, right? Fascists fascists project their failures onto other people. And basically, Michael Knowles has made a career out of doing that. I mean, you could just look back at his original acting reel for more clarification on that.
That's supposed to just stop. At what point, the conservatives were always pilloried for saying this is a slippery slope and man is a being. Man is a unified being with integrity. So what he does in one realm is going to affect him in another realm. Well, I mean, we're pretty far down that slope as it is. And I can hear the objections to you, Senator. What people are going to say is, this guy, he's some yokel from Oklahoma, some Bible thumper with a funny accent, and he's talking about, well, this guy probably wants a theocracy or something. And they're going to brush over the fact that you are citing philosophy, you're citing psychology, you're citing science, you're citing basically everything we can know about how individuals and societies have worked for all of history. And they're going to write this off.
The crazy part is, at no point in any of this video has he cited any of those things. It's so strange, Dodd. It's so strange, Dodd. I tried to say dude. I said Dodd. Yeah, there have been 0 citations in this video, and he's like, "Oh man, you've cited so much information." Has he though? Because it doesn't really seem like that to me.
And say, well,
yeah. So far, the main citation is a serial killer who is well known for lying while in prison. That's his one citation. Ted Bundy, eminent scholar and philosopher, and
some Bible thumper. So what do you say to them?
Well, I think none of them wants their daughter to grow up as an OnlyFans celebrity. And that's the truth is porn. There's no.
Look, if I ever had a daughter, right, and they wanted to be an OnlyFans model, and that would make them happy, and they could have a successful life and career doing that, hell yeah, more power to you, okay? I see nothing inherently wrong with that. The people who are putting all of the emotional weight, who are putting the the trappings of failure on that career path, are these people who are already sad and pathetic, and I disregard their opinions entirely. Their main argument is, well, OnlyFans girls make me feel weird, and I don't like that. Right? Like that's the main argument, and I'm not moved by that. And if my kid could ever be happy doing like OnlyFans content, happy, successful, has healthcare, has a roof over their head, etc., then more power to them. Like, my God, imagine having your priorities so out of whack that like you would rather your kid like be unhappy or suffer. I don't get it. I just don't.
No closed door porn. What you're doing in your bedroom, what you're doing in private, is affecting my children. It's affecting my friends. It's affecting everybody. So we get our rights from God. Government doesn't give us our rights. Our Constitution says this very thing. We get our rights from God. And so then we have to ask, what is liberty? Well, you have the liberty to do that which is good for society. This government stands in to protect good doers and punish evil doers. And when there's an evildoer who is stripping away, and something that's evil that's taking over a society, and it's stripping away the good, the true, the beautiful, there's no liberty to do that. Now, at some point, we're having to make decisions at what kind of bumps up to that level of crime, and not all sin is crime. But this pornography has come to the level that nobody recognizes that it's good, that it's got any truth or any value. It's not good, it's not true, it's not beautiful. It is absolutely degrading and defiling, and it's domineering. It is controlling, and it's not as though it's free from a controlling higher power. That higher power.
Principalities and powers.
That's exactly right. It's principalities, powers, and rulers of the air. And they are setting up and waging war against humanity. And
No, Midnight Null Night, Rhizome is completely correct. And also, just a genuinely great dude. But Michael Knowles is basically the closest we can get to like a very advanced, like mimic of some kind. Like he's like not quite human. He's like a ghoul underneath that skin. You can tell. He's like a monster. He doesn't quite know how to make like human facial expressions.
And what is good, right, and true is from God who created us. And so it is a power, it's a spiritual warfare.
Hey, Holly.
And these people are getting, anyone who gets caught up into pornography is caught up not just in a power of flesh and blood, but a power that they aren't able to control, that's degrading them and seeking to eradicate their use, their value, and true society.
One last question before I let you go. I know that you were right when you say at least that pretty much no one thinks this stuff is good. In fact, I just interviewed a journalist who did an undercover investigation of senior staff for the biggest porn company in the world. Even the senior staff were saying, yeah, this is bad. It creates addictions. It's not good. However, there was one person that this journalist, Arden Young, interviewed. And he said, no, you know, if you're a kid and you stumble onto this kind of stuff, it can help you explore your sexuality. It can liberate you. And I have heard liberals say that pornography and the sexual revolution more broadly, you know, it helps free you from the shackles that might have been imposed on you and helps you to discover your true desires and your true self and what might really get rid of all the chains of oppression foisted on you by your family and morality and society and blah, blah, blah. What do you say to these self-styled liberators?
Well, Satan said the same thing to Adam and Eve whenever he first came to them. And the first words we have from a supernatural being in the whole of Scripture, other than God, is, did God really say? Did God really say? And what Satan was doing was setting up a war in the conscience. It says the conscience was created by God. It works according to the law that's written on our hearts. Every person has it. But Satan is wanting to set up an internal war of envy. We don't have enough of what God has given us, so we have to envy some other outlet. And we start to recognize ourselves as true gods. And that's what porn, the lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. The lust of the eyes and the lust of the flesh is what porn is. 1 John 2. So it's setting up the envy of godhood, that we are not wanting to retain our position as creatures who are created in the image of God and who are here to enjoy Him forever and enjoy each other according to God's good boundaries. We then want to envy godhood, just like Satan did. He put that question out there, and we've been questioning. So this, you know, libertarian who is actually warring against the true liberty.
Hello, collab.
This libertarian type of a mindset, or libertine, really, mindset, would ask the very question that Satan asked Adam and Eve. Did God really say? And then it's, you can be God because I'm trying to be God as well.
You very...
Fun fact, Satan's not real, and even if you do believe in the Bible, even if you are a Christian, Satan isn't real in the Bible either.
These guys are going home to their boyfriends after this.
I mean, at least Michael Knowles is. Yeah, no, like, even in the context of the Bible, the word Satan arises from a mistranslation of the term ha-satan, which is just the adversary, but in the sense of, like, how a lawyer is your adversary, you know? Ha-satan, in the context of the Bible, is mentioned prominently in Job, where, you know, it's not like Satan and God are just chilling out and then Satan, like, challenges God. No, ha-satan is, like, the advocate, the adversary, and is like, do you really think that guy is as righteous as he says he is, as you think he might be? Like, he's doing a lawyer thing. It makes way more sense when you realize that that's just an entire mistranslation of the Bible that has now had, like, centuries of apologia done around it to normalize it and integrate it to the rest of the Bible. A lot of the conceptions of Satan come directly from Paradise Lost and Dante's Inferno, which I need to remind everybody are not Christian. That's not the holy text of Christianity. Those are fictional novels. Yeah, it's literally like Satan in evangelical conceptions and evangelical circles is a scapegoat to justify people being awful to each other. You know, ironically, incredibly popular among the party of personal responsibility.
Insightful point, Senator Devers, and a very courageous and important bill. Thank you very much for coming on. Thank you for fighting this fight and being one of the handful of Republicans in America at the state level who has a spine. Appreciate you coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me, Michael.
Wild stuff. Again, these people are fascists and are trying to take control of the American government, and if Donald Trump wins, he will put them in positions of power that will allow them to do the craziest, most conservative, most fascist things that they can conceive of. So, again, worth noting that this is what we're up against, you know? Additionally, we've been going for about an hour now, folks. If you're having a good time here, consider hitting the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the stream, and consider dropping some subs or donos. I might have to go for, like, you know, in a, like, 40 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. I might have to go for, like, 20 or 30 minutes, so you'll be on the BRB screen for a bit. But when I get back, we'll be doing more content. Until then, let's just chill a little bit, huh? Let's take a little chill pill. Maybe talk about how we're all doing, huh? Currently, I'm trying to build this road because I find it very relaxing.
Can't keep on like this.
Oh, nope. Too heavy. Let's see. Maybe. Oh yeah, we're gonna drop this. Still not gonna be enough. Was there anything else we could drop here? We need to drop a little bit more than that, I think. There we go.
This is Satan's Guide to the Bible from the Satanic Temple, and it's not for profit, so no DMCA.
I'm not gonna watch that right now, but thank you. Gonna drink some Monster Energy.
Ah, refreshing.
We will all be doomed if Joe Biden doesn't actually care about his re-election campaign. I agree. I think, and this is the hopeful part of me, I think that the powers that be are starting to recognize that Joe Biden could be kind of cooked right now, and are trying to maybe recalibrate, but it might be too little, too late. We'll see. Annotated my own writing with, "Hey me, what the fuck does that mean?" Fair. Let's finish a road. Who do you think is going to win the next election? I mean, I'm hoping Joe Biden. I'm going to do everything I can to make sure it's Joe Biden, you know? All right. Now we have another road going through here. Maybe I'll make another one. The next paver is just right here. Oh ho ho, dear readers. So, question, is there anything I can use the likes in this game to do? Actually, might as well load up all my stuff into this auto paver. Hey, Archangel. Archangel. Also, so far, Catalina Gearbox is the main funder of today's stream. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe. And drop as many subscriptions as your monthly living wage allows. Al Gunther is canvassing for Biden with DGG this weekend in Cleveland. That's great. I need to reach out to Progressive Victory and see what ways I might be able to help this election cycle. Because
Bridges wants you.
it'd be nice to coordinate activities like that. Rebuild roads. Let's drop all these. And sure, drop all the ceramics. And we'll drop all the chiral crystals. There we go. Now we just need so many more ceramics. Where was this supposed to go? Lake Knot City? Okay, we could take that back. Boop, beep, boop. I'm sorry, Salmon Moose. You answered my question? Oh, okay. Cool. Let me pull that up. Ah, that would be why. Yeah. Man, it feels so nice in this game to like have no cargo on your back.
There we go.
My god, this just feels nice. So nice and stable. That needs to go to Lake Knot City. Might as well grab it. Not like that, Holly Hoomst. So what's the plot of this game? Okay, I'm gonna try my best. Okay, I'm gonna try my best to answer your question, and I swear to God, this is about as much as I understand. Okay. So basically, there was an apocalypse that happened a while back. And during that apocalypse, essentially, the world of the living and the world of the dead collided with each other, creating like a weird in-between space in the process. That gigantic collision fundamentally altered the nature of reality. And now when human beings die, if they aren't like cremated in specialized facilities, they explode with the force of like 1,000 atomic bombs, thanks to basically summoning an eldritch deity of death. So cities will just explode if corpses aren't properly disposed of. Also, as a result of the two worlds colliding, rain now predominantly the rain makes you old. If you're outside in the rain, it makes you old and you die. Which is why there are no trees, because the rain causes them to grow and die too quickly to ever gain size. So there's only grasslands. Everyone who's still alive lives in underground bunkers so that they don't get hit with the rain that makes you old. And
Looks like a way through.
yeah. So that's all going on. And now there are people who have genetic adaptations to this new type of reality called dooms, and that allows them to see the spirits of the dead and avoid them, because that also exists. Because since the world of the dead has collided with the land of the living, now there are just floating spirits that will kill you, and then bring upon everyone the destruction that being dead and not having a disposed of body wreaks. And so there are people with genetic adaptations that can sense or outright see these spirits or even manipulate them. And there are also the people with these genetic manipulations become porters, who like basically move packages between the underground settlements and keep like commerce alive. And You play as kind of a shitty porter who has an extremely low-level ability to sense dead spirits, and you just kind of go along delivering packages. And also, there are things called BBs, and those are babies that exist between the land of the living and the land of the dead that have been born out of, like, brain-dead mothers. So they have the ability to see the spirits and can connect to low-level Doom folks to allow them to see the spirits of the dead, which is why he has a baby on the front of his suit. So that is what that is all about. And the plot is that this porter's mom is actually the president of the old United States and wants him to go and rescue his sister, who has been taken prisoner by terrorists on the other side of the United States. So he now has to basically build a bridge of, like, settlements across the United States that has been bombed out by this apocalypse, and, like, reconnect people to each other by basically rebuilding a new version of the internet. So, yeah. Hope that all makes sense. Yeah, also shaking babies is a plot point. And we encountered a boss. The boss battle involved a weird guy in a skull mask who summoned an undead whale monster that was covered in tentacles. That was pretty cool.
Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Also, this game is just fun to play, even though it's just delivering packages, which I think is a pretty fantastic achievement. I don't really think Kamala could win. No, she can't.
Guys like you make me proud to be part of Bridges. Thank you, Sam.
Also, the Bionic Woman is the president. Oh, and the currency is social media likes, apparently. I got a lot of points for building these roads. New title earned. Expert Mover. Clients far and wide see you as a trusted ally. Damn straight. Achieved Bridge Link Grade 30. Information concerning new items has been shared with you. You can now make strand contracts. You can now make more upgrade cooperation requests. Cool. Period for which you can send likes has been increased to 7 seconds. All right, cool. Oh, okay. Now I'm an elite mover. Oh, okay. Now it's just telling me I've earned all new titles. Cool. Almost everyone is ready to place their faith in you. Cool.
Until the next delivery, then.
Bye. Number go up. I do feel validated. me go check and see when I'm heading out here. I will be right back. Y'all keep it sleazy, and I'll BRB. Hello. I've returned. Hello, hello, hello. I'm back, everybody. I had to go drop my partner off at work and pick something up on the way back. But now I'm here. How y'all doing? Or did you behave while I was gone? Hello, Ukrainian. Hello, Law 3 Dog. Hello, Mellowfire. Hello, VCC TV. Hello, one fact-based comrade. Hey, Crystal Hazer. Hope you're enjoying your Stardew Valley playthrough, Mellowfire. When you give lots of likes to other players / structure signs, then your connection to them grows. This allows more of their structures to appear in your world. Nice. Hello, the Mannequin. Primal Screm, indeed. Hello, Marocat. Hello, Young Black Economist. Hello, Fight Mage Studio. Yeah, you did manage to show up in time for the gay shit. Now I have like a 2-hour-long stretch to just do content and build roads. Which is mainly what I'm going to be doing in my Death Stranding playthrough, I think. Hello, the Chibs. I'm seeing a lot of new names in YouTube chat. That's very cool. Oh, we got a raid from No Justice. Awesome. Hello. Everyone should go follow No Justice MTG. Go do it. Go do it. Go be gay. Go show that you're a chatter, a viewer of taste. Okay? No, not roads. Oh man, GamerG, if they announce that you can build train infrastructure in Death Stranding 2, I'm instantly sold. I mean, I'm already instantly sold because of the puppet. But if we can build train infrastructure, hell yeah, I'm here for it. Hey, Ivy Nova. My chili is in simmer mode? Hell yeah. I needed to pick up some mozzarella for the very... the very not high-quality dip that we love to make. My partner, her dad, and I are going to be watching movies instead of the Super Bowl. We're just going to be watching movies and eating various dips. Because we like the idea of dips and chips that the Super Bowl engenders in the global population. We don't so much like actually watching football, so instead we're going to figure out some gay shit to watch, or action movie shit. We're not sure. We were going to try watching Lord of the Rings, but... none of us have the time or energy for all three today. Also, Paladin, shoot me a message on what you want me to do with the stuff that wound up at my house. It's the 8th most watched event at 112 million viewers. Child's numbers. Give us another few years. We'll have 200 million viewers on every stream. No, I never used them because I thought you accidentally sent me like a bunch of like different little computer components for a project you were working on, and I didn't want to open them or do anything with them in case I could send them to you. Truly, it is the superb owl. Get that guacamole? Hell yeah. We're gonna have like nachos and what we call Brandon dip. And Brandon dip is sublime, but it is also trash. And I'm very much looking forward to it. And it relies on mozzarella. Anyway. Howdy, folks. Also, remember, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, do all the little things. Thanks for being so patient, guys. As a reward, let's move on to our next piece of content from one Michael Canolas. All right. So, folks, there's a man named Michael Knowles. He is not a very smart man. He's also not a particularly talented man. But he did manage to luck his way into a propaganda outlet called the Daily Wire. And Michael Knowles is... yeah... I mean, he's a fascist. He's just openly a fascist. He wouldn't say that he's a fascist, but everything he says and supports is fascism. And he went on one of the largest podcasts in the world called Whatever. It's really big on TikTok. Basically, the main premise of the Whatever show is a couple of dude bros hire like a bunch of like hot OnlyFans models to come on their show. And then they have like their actual guest. And then their actual guest is interviewed by them while these hot girls sit around and look bored. And occasionally the hot girls are allowed to ask questions to the guest. It's very stupid, GamerG. And he uploaded a couple clips, Michael Knowles did, to his channel, and we're gonna take a look. Because remember how the last Michael Knowles video we did before we had our break? Where people were asking, but what about the separation of church and state? Well, this video is titled "There is no separation between church and state." So, you know, let's see what's cooking here. What do you think the fascist? Why would a fascist say that? That's crazy. Here we go. You guys wanted brain rot, and I deliver.
Can we go back to the happiness feminist conversation?
Sure.
Tie it up. So I wanted to ask you, do you think that should be the ultimate good and the metric for which we base like our justice system and our just overall societal progress on is self-reported happiness?
Well, I don't know even what you mean by societal progress. I mean, you know, justice is a habit of virtue that finds the will to give to one what he deserves, right? So it's about deserts. Right. And so we protect certain rights and we enforce certain laws, at least we used to. We don't really do that as much in this country anymore. And an aspect of political justice would be human flourishing. So when we talk about happiness, I'm very interested in happiness, but I'm interested in happiness in the way that Aristotle's interested in happiness, which is eudaimonia, you know, a way to live the best possible life. And I think that we can know something about that through our faculties of reason, which are objective, and if reason weren't objective and at least somewhat reliable, we couldn't have self-government. Now, the way that happiness is often used in our modern culture is just
hedonism.
Is hedonism, like the utilitarians, right? Just means getting pleasure and avoiding pain, or is just totally subjective, to the point where you say, "Well, don't yuck my yum." You know, what's de gustibus non disputandum est. You know, maybe I like this and you don't like this. Well, sure. I mean, restaurants have menus for a reason, but there must be some limiting principle here. We must know something about what is conducive to human happiness. And if we don't, then how do we have self-government?
So I want to go back. I agree. I just don't know if self-reported happiness is more congruent with the subjective reports of happiness, or that eudaimonia that you're referring to.
Sure, it's just the best we've got.
Well, and also
I totally agree.
Something you said in the beginning about individual.
Thank you for your continued support.
So one thing, as I was driving around today, you know, as I do, I have thoughts about what constitutes freedom. And I was thinking about the difference between positive and negative freedoms, and how really, if you dig down into kind of like the Constitution, if you dig down into like, what does it mean to guarantee like life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? Like, what does the pursuit of happiness mean? You know? Like, and I think that another way to restate the pursuit of happiness is the freedom to do what we will. You know, which is positive freedom, right? That's what positive freedom means. The pursuit of happiness, the freedom to do what we will. These, I think, are interchangeable terms. And like, it's interesting to me that, again, Michael Knowles, someone who hates positive freedoms, by the way, I think like that is an alien concept to him. Bro, stop calling them fascist. You know, fascists are economic socialists. Oh, Speedy boy, can you maybe like open up any kind of textbook any kind of like academic history book. I specialized in history. I can tell you that the fascists are not economically socialist. Do you know what even like being economically socialist means? Can you define that for me? Because literally every single time someone like you says fascists are economically socialist, y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What do you think socialism is? What do you think that is? Because I can tell you what socialism is. I can tell you what the premise of that is. And it's workers collectively owning and controlling their workplaces. That didn't happen in Nazi Germany. They destroyed the unions. They killed workers who wanted to run their own workplaces. Those were one of the first groups that they targeted. So when you say, like, oh, the Nazis were economically socialist, that doesn't mean anything. That's not true. And you don't know what you're talking about. It's both. Government controlling production isn't workers controlling their workplace. I feel like I shouldn't have to point that out. I shouldn't have to point out that the government being authoritarian and controlling your workplace is not workers controlling the workplace. What you have, if the government is taking control of workplaces and dictating production and dictating working conditions, what you have there is an authoritarian, centrally planned economic model that can be indeed fascist. But usually, in a predominantly capitalist world like the one we live in, if there is central planning, then it is going towards capitalistic ends. This is why a lot of the capitalist companies from Nazi Germany continue to exist to this day. Like, just look into the history of Volkswagen, for fuck's sake. Yeah. Nazi Germany was so economically socialist that Volkswagen is still a privately owned company. That's crazy, dog. Fucking open a book.
Like, do you prefer sociocentric countries? Do you not love America and the
What do you mean sociocentric?
Like countries where, like, you're like, oh, part of the problem with feminism is so focused on the self. Well, I think that is one of the cornerstones of like Western civilization, is instead of being
it's a very liberal view of Western civilization.
Yeah, which I think is what makes Western civilization so wonderful. Like, we are one of the only I think we are like the only one founded on individualistic rights, like principles that
I don't think we really are founded that way. I think that's what people say we were founded on now. But, you know, you hear a phrase like liberal democracy. That's the popular way to describe our country now. That phrase appears basically nowhere in the English language until the 30s. Then it jumps a little bit in the 40s. It really doesn't take off in English literature until the 80s. America, the Founding Fathers didn't think of us as a liberal democracy. They were influenced by some Enlightenment thinkers, John Locke.
They literally designed America to be a liberal democracy. That's explicitly what they designed the country to be. Give me my God-given right to private property and my AK-47. You know that under socialism, people still have private property, right? You know people still have private property and guns under socialism, right? Both of those things still exist. My God. Anyway, have like a more substantial like response. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep going. Socialism is so much better than communism. Do you have any like way of articulating what the difference between those two things are? Because I don't think you do. My God. Ignorance. Let's see.
Locke and Montesquieu say, but they were also influenced by the classical tradition. And the classical tradition is one of the common good, not in the communist sense of that. But again,
They thought the common good was best pursued by having individual rights.
Private property
instead of,
still exists
one of the
under
reasons
socialism.
We founded ourselves on a separation of church and state.
Shocker.
You have the
we
right
were not founded on a separation of church and state.
I mean, we can get into that. I think
We absolutely were. The founding fathers did not want the country to be controlled unduly by one religion, which had been the norm in European countries for going back like 2,000 years. The founding fathers were aware of the tendency for people to use things like divine right of kings in order to, solidify their authority, and one of the ways to avoid that is separating church and state. Yeah, I know, but not always right. Okay, Speedy Boy, come back with something more substantial, okay?
Sure, it's incidental to this point, but it appears in no founding document. There's one errant letter from Thomas Jefferson to a friend that mentions the phrase, and the Treaty of Tripoli makes some little knock on Christianity to appease the Muslim pirates who were capturing our sailors. But when the First Amendment established no church at the national level, the reason for that is not that there was a firm separation of church and state. It's because there were already established churches at the state level. In many states that persisted for decades after the Constitution.
The only reference to God in the whole thing is that you can't have a test for political office. They
I'm just saying,
purposely left it out. You're saying that they didn't need
they didn't
to
leave
found
it out.
this.
They refer to religion explicitly, and they say we won't have a church at the national level because we have churches established at the state
Wait,
level.
it says that? Where does it say that in the Constitution that we're only doing this because we have churches?
Not only doing that, but we can see it in history and in the ratification debates. That's why in a number of states for decades after the ratification, you had established churches. And this changes through 19th century jurisprudence, unfortunately, but that has nothing to do, obviously, with the founding of the country. Furthermore, you have in the national anthem, which also comes from the 19th century, the notion that this be our motto and God is our trust, which is from a forgotten verse of the Star-Spangled Banner. You also have it in our money. You also have it in the benedictions and the invocations of the Continental.
Yeah, again, those are all listed vaguely for a reason. Like when they talk about "in God we trust," that's something that can apply to all religions. That's the point is to try and appeal to all religious people as opposed to the God of Christianity or the God of the Roman Catholics or the God of Muslims, like the god of the gods of Hinduism. The point is to make a general statement that can bring disparate groups of people together. That's the entire point going on here. Yeah, it can apply to Zeus or the Egyptian deities. It's not designed to be yes, the Christian God. In God We Trust wasn't even part of the founding documents. Blame McCarthyism for that one. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is added long after the fact. It's like the Civil War statues, where the Civil War statues were added predominantly 80 to 100 years after the Civil War. It wasn't done to honor the recently departed. It was done as a gigantic FU to the civil rights movement. And what he's describing here is a whole hodgepodge of things that are completely unrelated to the issue of church and state. There is not an official state church in America. In any state. There are more or less popular churches, certainly.
How you doing, Sam?
But there are specifically churches, the government is specifically forbidden from establishing one church over another. Michael Knowles knows this, and that's why his argument is completely asinine and doomed from the start. And why he's just throwing out random bullshit to see what sticks. This game is really pretty.
Congress and the Constitutional Convention. So you also have it in the speeches of George Washington. And so, John Adams says that the American government will be based on the Christian morality. John Jay, first Chief Justice of the United States, says the same thing. He goes even further.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a bunch of quotes I can pull out from the other side. You can
there aren't really.
Yeah,
there aren't. There's one from Thomas Jefferson.
God took the Bible and cut out every reference to the supernatural and kept the rest for wisdom.
Thomas Jefferson,
Speedy Boy, I'm sure you would have been
a commentary on the Bible,
sure you would have been a high-ranking Roman.
And his views were a little
official.
odd, I grant you. But I've already granted to you that in a private letter, Thomas Jefferson advocated for a separation of church and state.
And our Constitution does, right? There's a free.
Sure,
yes, there's a separation of
Thank you
church
for
and
the
state.
raid.
We're
We're playing Death Stranding.
Where do you see
Congress shall
reacting
make
to
no.
brain
I mean, I'm
rot?
going to pull it up. We can read it word for word.
Right.
But I mean, like it is there.
Hey, Metal Kitty
Reading is
Mom.
all
Let's just
Also, folks, go
Listen, I
follow
didn't go to
Shark
law
300.
school, so-
He's getting a lot of flack online from dipshits.
While she looks that up, one of the other questions I wanted to get
Congress
into.
shall make no
Give him
law
some love,
respecting
okay?
an establishment of religion or prohibiting free exercise thereof.
Right. So now, where
Congress
do you
shall
see a
make
separation of church and state? there?
Well, when you say Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, that is that separation.
Right. And
Man, I feel like Michael Knowles in this moment realized that, like, just because they're OnlyFans girls doesn't mean that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So where does it say there's a separation of church and state? Well, it says that Congress shall make no law concerning the establishment of a religion. And he's like, well, yeah, but it doesn't say there's a separation of church and state. It doesn't say those words. It's like, but when people say those words, they're referring to this specific thing. The phrase refers to this.
so what is the Congress?
The federal government, is that what you're saying? So you're saying
it's the lawmaking body for the federal government, right?
Yes, but if
before the incorporation
if
doctrine
the state of
incorporates it in
California starts to be like, actually, in all our schools, we're going to start enforcing Christian ideology in our public schools, that would be unconstitutional under this First Amendment.
In fact, that was the way that basically all schools operated in the country until the middle of the 20th century.
Citation
until the
needed.
Supreme Court said that you cannot
have prayer in schools and you can't teach the
because
Bible. Right.
of the First Amendment.
See, the issue that he's running into here, this is how all schools worked until, the middle... Did he say the middle of the 20th century? So, yeah, the 1900s. A lot of schools prior to that were explicitly religious schools. They weren't like state schools. They weren't public education. Public education was a hard-fought thing, and it took a while for there to be standards in their establishment. It took a while before someone was like, "Hey, what if like Jewish kids are going to this school?" My God.
Supreme Court said that you cannot
have prayer in schools and you can't teach the Bible.
Because of the First Amendment.
Well, wait.
The middle step was the incorporation.
Wait, I love that Michael Knowles is like, oh yeah, you can't teach the Bible though in schools, but like, guys, you can. The Bible can be taught in public schools. I don't know who needs to know this, but you can teach the Bible in a public school. You just also have to teach, the Quran. You have to teach like the Torah. You gotta teach, about other religions as well. Like, you can teach about religion in school. The issue is you can't get up in front of people as a public educator and be like, in front of your students and be like, the Bible is the only true religion. That's illegal. But you can definitely teach about the Bible. I mean, it doesn't even have to be necessarily studied as literature. It can be studied from a sociological perspective, From the perspective of a lot of people believe this to be true, and this is why you need to know about it, because it affects how other people make their decisions. I think that's a totally valid thing, and I think everyone should have to learn about all of the major religions in the world. I think that is a beautiful thing to be exposed to and learn about. Yeah, you learn the historical context.
the Bill of Rights to the
Okay,
states,
sure,
which
but
was-
that's been incorporated unless you
Right.
don't want that part.
Right, but you're just saying
He
the country
does
was
not.
founded on the separation of church and state. I'm saying that wasn't even brought up as a matter of jurisprudence until many,
Because
many
it didn't
decades
have the
later.
word-
And then it wasn't enforced in schools until a century after that.
Yeah, because no rights were, right? That's what the important.
No, I
I
think
guess
there
I'm
were
just
rights.
confused. Do you believe the Bill of Rights is like a founding document or not?
The Bill of Rights is
Yes.
Wait, I just wanna look up something real quick. The Yeah, basically he's like, well, it wasn't until like the middle of the 1900s, 1930s and 40s that like this matter was established for schools. Well, yeah, that would be because until 1910 there wasn't like a formalized public schooling network across the entire United States. It literally took until 1910 for like small cities and towns to have their own like public schools. This isn't wild then that it took a few more years after that to like have a court case go through to the Supreme Court and establish, that schools can't be teaching, one religion as true. Yeah, people think about public school as if it's been around forever, but it's a really new concept that was fought for with blood, sweat, and tears throughout the 1800s. We had publicly funded schools in the past, of course, but they were usually like one-off or like only established in certain states. Even in like the late 1800s, like only like half of states had like a public education program, So he's being very Weasley here with his timeline and what he's trying to portray as like founding documents. And I think any reasonable person in any kind of civics class would consider the Bill of Rights as a pretty fundamental founding document of the United States. I mean, like, just real quick. Yeah, literally the First Amendment in 1791 to the U.S. Constitution. Like, I don't know. Like, if you can't consider the First Amendment to be like one of the foundational principles of America, I don't know what to do with you, I mean, like, if you can't consider like the words, like Thomas Jefferson came up with the phrase separation of church and state. If you can't like accept that that's like a fundamental principle at play in the founding of America, I don't know what to do with you.
List of 10 amendments to the U.S.
Yes.
Constitution.
Do you believe it is a founding document when it comes to like basically the United States as a whole?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then, to me, I don't understand why the conversation is continuing. Because you believe the Bill of Rights is integral to the founding of this nation, and the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, states that no religion shall be.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I think you're misunderstanding what that phrase meant to the people who wrote it and the people who lived under that government.
It just seems to me, where would the misunderstanding be?
I think you're misunderstanding that the Bill of Rights did not apply to the states at the time, and the lack of an establishment of a church at the national level does not imply that there cannot be an establishment of a church at the state level, which we know for a fact there was at the time of ratification.
I guess I am a little bit confused because I don't understand if the Bill of Rights is part of the federal, basically legislator, right? It's part of the federal law.
But we have a
and we
federal
are under,
system.
yeah, but the whole point of creating the Constitution, and according to the Federalist Papers as well, is that, oh no, we need some like overarching law that, goes throughout the nation.
He's basically trying to argue here that the federal government can't establish a religion, but states can, and that's not correct at all. It's almost like he's like a wealthy fail-son who never amounted to anything with his pool of talents, or lack thereof, and is now just butchering law. My God. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Narodiev. The Constitution is more important than the Bible in the founding of the U.S. Definitionally. But Jack, the Constitution didn't use those exact wow words, and the Constitution is gospel. Like, no. He's literally arguing for that whether or not the states, individual states, can establish an official church of the government is a states' rights issue, and that's crazy. That is crazy.
Nation, so that way that we
and just incorrect. No one interprets the law or these amendments this way. Literally, no one, because it's a stupid way to interpret them. This is like thinking that the law of gravity is actually being propelled by tiny gravity fairies who like physically grab the object and cause it to smash into something else. That's the level of like misinterpreting. Like he's like sitting in science class going like, ah, yes, the law of gravity. The law of gravity proves that fairies are real. And you're just like, what? That's the level of moon logic we're operating on right now.
Be a united nation.
Not exactly. So federalism, right, refers to the principle of subsidiarity. There would be different levels of government. Frankly, all the way down to the individual, right, and the family and the community and the state and the national government. So certain powers and rights were reserved to the federal government, but they were relatively small at the ratification of the Constitution. And then many rights and laws and powers.
Yeah, it's very funny that Michael Knowles absolutely would. You're correct, Salmon Moose, would absolutely argue that America was founded and like the populating of America by Europeans was driven by a desire for free exercise of their religious beliefs, which were considered fringe at the time. And he would make that argument and then in the same breath be like, and that's why the states should be able to establish official religions, just like the government of England. Like that's insane. Insane stuff. Tiny wizards that control gravity, electricity. Ah, yes, and when you have a tummy ache, it's because there's a tiny gnome growing in your stomach.
Were reserved to the states, and then some were reserved to the people.
Man, what a dipshit this guy is. Okay, let's watch the other half of this appearance on whatever. I know that there's probably a much longer thing, but I have no interest in actually watching a full episode of this show. It's brain rot, and not in a fun way, and in a way that would likely get me DMCA'd. So we're just watching the clips that Michael Knowles has shared. Go.
Feminism.
I think the most common definition is the social, political, and economic equality between the sexes. So according to that definition, I would
based
definitely identify as a feminist.
Okay.
Yeah, in general, I agree with that definition. I believe that we should not be discriminated unfairly on the basis of sex. If I had to add any addition to feminism.
I would agree with all that, and then I would also add on just kind of adding more cultural currency to just female spaces, women's interests, and just women's proclivities in general.
That last
Oh, they just turned it up.
Good if that's what it were, but I actually think feminism does the opposite of that in practice. And frankly, going all the way back to the beginning of feminism in the 18th century, probably my definition of feminism would be Gloria Steinem's definition. She was the very famous feminist of the second wave, which is that a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle. Feminism is the idea that men and women are not complementary, they're not different and helpful to one another, but they're identical and indiscernible. That there are some superficial differences. You ladies might be a little prettier perhaps than I am, but all in all, we're basically exactly the same. And I don't think that's true. I think it's a false view of human nature, and I think it's harmful to everybody, and especially harmful to women.
Right. I've worked with Gloria Steinem's company, Women's Media Center, for like 4 years back
My
in
condolences.
And obviously that's like a more crass interpretation of, I think, what she meant by that, which I think is more so, she's more so characterizing the fact that women in general, when they're taught how to self-actualize, it's typically tied to contingency on a man and getting married and starting a family, versus men, when they're told the ways to self-actualize, it doesn't necessarily require a woman. So obviously her saying a woman needs a man the way a fish needs a bicycle sounds crass and like she's being a bit misandrous, and obviously some radical interpretations may take it that way. But I think what she's trying to say is that women, you can like define yourself and your career and your potential outside of simply marriage and children.
What do you mean by the phrase self-actualize?
Just like live up to your potential, use your rational faculties, use the design of your potential in your brain.
I agree that I want to live up to my highest potential. I want women to live up to their highest potential. I want total human flourishing. But I think you've given away the game on the radical and liberal foundation of feminism, which is the notion that it comes purely from the self. It's a matter of self-liberation that I can do totally self-sufficiently, as if I were an island unto myself. But no man is an island unto himself. And so I didn't make myself. I didn't create the family.
You see what he just did there, right? You see what he just did there? That you can self-actualize, but no one is really alone in society because we live in society. And women need men, otherwise they'll be alone and they won't be able to self-actualize. You can only actualize if you are with a man. That's how God intended it, right? Like, what he's doing here is completely ignoring that women can exist together. Like, women can socially self-actualize and have a support system with other women or with men, but like they don't necessarily need the man. The man is not the key component that allows them to actualize, that allows them to realize their full potential. Like it's not a necessary component for the additional social support to be provided by a man. That's the point. That's the point of the saying. But like he can't accept that, so he has to actually like play like these weird little shell games with his language. Women gaining a sense of self-independence from a man is scary though. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Ivory Inferno. It doesn't have to be in a romantic sense. It like I'm talking like friends, family, etc. Yeah. My wife was lost until she married me. Yeah, women just are wandering around like sheep until a man discovers them and plucks them from the ocean of sheep and begins the long, arduous process of breaking them and helping them self-actualize.
Family that I was born into. I didn't create the community that I was born into, the country that I was born into. I take the opposite view of the liberal view. The liberals say that man is fundamentally an individual. The conservatives would say, no, man is a social creature. Man is a political animal. And so the irony, I think, of someone like a Gloria Steinem saying that or insinuating that we just want women to live up to their fullest potential is that the way that she and the feminists have done it is to totally erase women. Mm-hmm. And I think this goes back way further than the second wave. You sometimes hear conservatives, the squishy kind, they say, we love the feminism, but only the second wave, not the third wave, or we like the first wave, not the second, whatever. We're on like the 10th wave now. But it's been a problem from the beginning. Even Mary Wollstonecraft, who founds feminism with the vindication of the rights of women, she writes that Providence has created men in such a way that they are more inclined to virtue and they're more endowed with virtue. And I think that's exactly what Gloria Steinem thinks, because the way that second wave feminism actually...
I love that he's sitting there looking women dead in the face and being like, yeah, I'm more inherently endowed with virtue than you three sluts. That's essentially the argument he's making here. And you need to understand that, like, he's doing that because his primary audience isn't women. It's not to appeal to these women. His primary audience are the men who watch a show like whatever. His primary goal is to win that audience over. And one of the ways he can do that is by stroking their collective ego. By essentially saying, yeah, all of you who are watching, all of you men who are watching right now, these bitches, they lack virtue. And men, you guys watching, you are inherently more virtuous than them. You know, that's what he's making. That's the appeal he's making to the audience. Hey, B for Brain.
Actually was practiced was it denied the virtues particular to women, and it said the only way to be virtuous and to flourish is to be a man. So if women want to be virtuous and flourish, they got to dress like men, and they got to have the same attitudes towards sex as men, and they got to work in the workplace exactly as men do, and they just have to pretend to be men. But I think that's very disrespectful to women and harmful to them, because if a woman tries to be a man, she's always going to fail. Just look at the Penn swim team now when and defeat them. This is why some feminists wisely are turning against them. I think women are great. Women have a wonderful nature, and when women are fully women...
Are they bleeping it out because he's saying, like, the T-slur? Is that what's happening here? Because I think that's what's happening, dude.
That they can really flourish, and when they pretend to be men, they get miserable.
I think what a lot of feminists would push back on or worry about is this idea that we have ascribed gender to certain things that are kind of agendered. So, for example, when it comes to the workplace, the idea that, like, oh no, a woman must stay at home, going out and working is a man's job, seems to be something that a lot of people have contention with. Because
hey,
it seems like,
Violet. Thanks for jumping
I'm not
over to
saying
the
that women
website.
don't have a place at home taking care of children, but it doesn't seem like it should necessarily be limited to just that. So, for example, even like throughout history, you still have women who, despite taking care of home, also have like side jobs or side hustles or stuff like that to help contribute to the family. So I think this whole idea that's like, oh no, like women are just trying to be men. Sometimes I wonder, oh no, we are just saying that this is for a man to do, even though it seems like there's more opportunity for women to participate in those arenas as well.
I think you've just made my point, though, which is that you say throughout history,
Again, women don't have to pretend to be men to do, like, masculine coded activities. This is just him being openly sexist.
including long before feminism ever came onto the scene, women did plenty of things, you know, in addition to just being barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, right? They were involved in their community, they had side hustles, as you put it. So they did all these things. I mean, I think of the most famous anti-feminist American of the 20th century, it was Phyllis Schlafly. Phyllis Schlafly had 6 kids. She was a housewife. She said the only person whose permission she needs for her political activism is her husband's, which irritated feminists to no end. She's one of the most important political figures of the whole century. She single-handedly killed the Equal Rights Amendment, traveled all over the country, one of the most vaunted figures in the American right. She was able to do a lot of things in public, but she recognized that her particular role, that her husband never could have, that no man on earth ever could have, even if he kids himself, is to have children, to be a woman, to be graceful, to do the things that men can't do, and so she can do things beyond that as well. But if you erase the particular advantages of women, then women are put at a disadvantage.
I mean, the problem is women are also excluded from doing a lot of things. So I don't think anyone here thinks there are no differences between men and women. But there's a lot of overlap as well. And while men and women may be different on something on average, to look at a woman like I think you and some of your other conservatives are under fire for saying, oh, if it's a female pilot, I'm automatically going to assume that this person is incompetent.
I've never said that. Though, if an airline
you
tells me that they are prioritizing DEI over merit in the cockpit, I would probably book another airline.
Okay, and that's, I guess that's a little different. I get what you're, I get that. But my point is, like, to say women are just.
Man, I wish people would push back a little bit more on this point. Like, look at his shit-eating grin here. I wish people would push back more on this point, because, like, DEI programs don't ignore merit. The entire purpose of DEI programs is that, like, essentially, we know, and we know this because we have research on it, right? There are research papers on this, that, like, when a bunch of equally skilled applicants submit resumes, people with whiter sounding names get prioritized. That's a common problem in America. That's a common problem in American business. And so what DEI programs do is they just even the scales. And that doesn't mean that they hire, like, less qualified employees. They're hiring just as qualified employees. They're just making sure that they aren't, you know, falling victim to a pro-white bias that has historically affected all businesses in America. So, like, yeah, like, that's the entire purpose of DEI. It's not, oh, well, you know, we hit our quota. We need more black people. Time to grab, like, that homeless guy from the corner. No, that's not how that works. They don't just throw an unqualified pilot into a plane. But they make this argument. Conservative talking heads make this argument because it is a way for them to be racist in a slightly more socially acceptable way. You know, it's a way for them to essentially tell Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy to fuck off. You know, Martin Luther King Jr., by the way, famously was in favor of affirmative action and DEI programs. You know, he said a society that has done something to harm the black man, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, must now do something special for the black man. And, like, this is why affirmative action and DEI programs exist. To address that imbalance that leads to a lack of diverse voices at the top or in the middle or at the bottom of various companies. He was also a socialist. That is true. That is one of the fundamental reasons why you know, conservatives despise Martin Luther King Jr. It's because at the end of his life, prior to his assassination, he was leading the working people's campaign. He was leading, like, a campaign to essentially overthrow capitalism. So, yeah. It's not surprising. But man, what a shit-eating grin. This guy looks unreal, man.
More emotional than men. That may be true on average, but to then look at a woman and just be like, automatically I'm going to assume this woman is more emotional, I think that's the lack.
So why is it true on average?
It may be true on average because we're different. I've never said we're not different,
right.
But the problem is to say we're different and then put us into categories and be like, there can be no overlap, women have to do this role and men have to do this role. That's, I think, what feminism is pushing back on.
What you're arguing for is a kind of feminism that says, actually, all the differences between men and women, it's totally true in the aggregate, you know, in these two different types. But on rare occasion, there's going to be some woman.
Not that rare. Like, let's say, like, okay, gender roles. Like, let's say most people, like, let's say 70 to 80% of people will fall into natural gender roles. But then there's still 20% of our population that may not. And do we make a society where we force that 20% into these roles, or do we allow choice? I think a lot of feminism,
yes.
The cornerstone of feminism is choice for women. You can't stay home.
I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure, because there was a famous debate between Betty Friedan, who was the prominent American feminist, and Simone de Beauvoir, one of the most famous feminists of the 20th century. It was in 1975, and Betty Friedan said what you said. She said, look, I think we should give women a choice. Maybe they want to go out into the workplace, or maybe they want to stay home and raise their kids, but they should have a choice. And Simone de Beauvoir, who was a more consistent and intelligent feminist, said there can't be a choice. And the reason there can't be a choice is that if given the choice, most women would stay at home. And if most women stay at home, women will not be free. If we want true women's liberation, women must be forced to be free. And Friedan recoiled from this because she knew it wasn't going to play well in Peoria. But Simone de Beauvoir had the right point, and I think the more consistent feminists have agreed with her.
I don't know. I mean, feminism has, like, it's gone so many different directions, so to pick the feminists that we don't agree with for this debate, I don't know if that's conducive to...
Also, I'm not necessarily sure when you're saying, like, oh no, most women would stay at home. That's a choice that they would have. Because when you look at, like, the uprisings with, like, feminism, or when it gained the most traction, it was post-war era. Partly because of the reason why is because during these war eras, men went out, they were drafted, they had to go fight, etc., etc. Women were expected to take up more traditional male spaces, work, and when the men came back, what ended up happening is that a lot of women did not want to leave the jobs that they had. They wanted to keep the somewhat level of financial independence that they were able to gain. And that's why we see like these huge like feminist uprisings during those periods of time. So it seems to me if you're saying that most women would stay home, that just wouldn't happen. Like women would have not had like these feminist movements go forward.
Well, the feminists didn't want to leave their jobs, but women broadly perhaps did. So anecdotally, people write in a lot and they tell me, Michael, you know, at least while my kids are little, I'd love to stay home and raise them. Maybe I'll go back to work after, but
vibe-based.
I just can't. You can't raise a family in America for the average person today on one income. And that's a result of women entering the workforce and wages decrease, which is why not only the radical left, but also the more commercially minded right wing was in favor of that. It's the same reason they're in favor of mass migration. It just lowers wages for people. A lot of women, however, seem to feel not that they have the choice to go to work, but that they have to. And this is expressed in a famous study that came out of UPenn and was published by Yale in 2008, which was the paradox of declining female happiness. And I love the way this study opens up. Right in the abstract it says, despite the past 35 years, I'm paraphrasing, but despite the past 35 years showing so much marked progress and improvement in the lives of women, women's happiness, according to this meta-analysis, has declined, both absolutely and relative to men.
Like what an actual demon. Like he's like, I love this study about how women are unhappy now. Like amazing. What an actual demon. Meanwhile, like literally all these women are bored as shit listening to him talk. Look at her face, man.
Men. So it's not even just that everyone got more miserable because of, I don't know, a bad economy or something. Women in particular became less happy, despite all these objective improvements to their lives. So to me, the obvious rejoinder to that is, well, maybe those objective improvements, namely feminism, that's the thing that happened between 1973 and 2008, maybe that wasn't an objective good. Maybe that was just illusory.
Well, to me, the obvious rejoinder of that is that women are becoming disillusioned with the life they had prior. They're like leaving the cave, so to speak, allegorically. And also, I don't think you should use self-reported happiness as a metric of justice or any like objective good, because you can plot self-reported happiness with pretty much any variable. Like highest reported crime, violent crime in the United States, also is directly correlated to self-reported happiness. Does that mean one causes the other? No. Does that mean we should think
what do you mean by that?
Crime
Highest violent crime is correlated?
I'm just saying in the periods of time when we've had the most violent crime in the United States, there's also a correlation between highest rates of self-reported happiness.
Well, not according to the survey I just cited, right? If happiness has been declining steadily, especially for women since 1973 to 2008, you had a major crime spike in the early 90s, but you didn't have a major spike in happiness. So perhaps there's some survey that you're referring to in some city somewhere,
Well,
but it wouldn't.
But also, even women living traditional lifestyles are seeing a downfall in happiness. So why is it the women who are still living the type of lifestyle that you would probably prescribe to women are also having a decrease in happiness?
Also,
I'm not convinced of that.
The Institute of Family Studies did a big, and there's a lot of data out there that actually children make you less happy. So there is this problem happening where we're like, okay, why are people less happy? But we don't know. We don't know what it is.
Sure. Again,
and then you would expect then that if you looked at the most unhappiest countries, you would expect Canada, the Nordic countries, Scandinavian countries, because they're very egalitarian, and you're not seeing that they actually have higher happiness levels.
Well, they have the highest rates of alcoholism in the world. You think of Denmark, Norway, Iceland in particular.
But
so I don't know how happy they are.
Now you're changing, but if we're gonna just go by what makes people happy, I don't know if I think there are arguments to be made about like community and those things may make people less happy. But this idea that's because women aren't having children, when we also have data, a lot of data that shows children, especially in the United States, has the biggest happiness gap, and then we're seeing that other countries that are more feminist are also not having, like, if you compare like Scandinavian countries to like the East, like my parents are immigrants from Iran. Iran has really high unhappiness levels. A lot of countries yeah, exactly. So I don't know if you can say that this is causing that, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, Nordic countries also have much more homogeneity, which is correlated with political happiness. But so they're all of those differences. Mm-hmm. But I think the
interesting argument to just slip in there, Michael. Really should have been a little bit more pushback on that, I think. But you all noticed that, right? How he just like slipped in like an ethno-nationalist talking point. Yeah. All of these ethnically homogenous countries are a little bit happier. As if like, yeah, the reason those countries are happier is because of the like homogeneity of them, as opposed to like their social policies that like allow people to have free time to like socialize and interact and like be happy. Also, folks, we've been going for about 3 hours now. Consider dropping some subs and donos so that I can continue to live and make content. Huh?
The point about children making you unhappy and the point about leaving the cave, I think those are both a little bit of a cope, because they're belied by the fact that if it were just that women were coming into their own now and they were recognizing the oppression of which they were not conscious previously,
that's too much of an easy layup for him. He would just
why
say
would they
it's
keep
because
getting
Islamic
less and
people.
less happy? You know, at a certain point, aren't you supposed to turn the corner and become more happy in your independence? But that's not what's happened. For 35 years, it just gets worse, and worse, including relative to men. And then for children, you look over the past, 70 plus years now, 74 years, since 1950 to present day, the marriage rate has dropped by 60%, and the birth rate has dropped by 50%. So, just looking at the whole society, we are having
Michael
many,
just got
many fewer
blown
children
the
than we
F
were
out.
before.
But
and yet
the
we're
whole
much
world
less
is
happy.
so hard.
even like
Sure,
places
whatever
like
the-
Pakistan are having less kids.
Sure, I'm just pointing out, you're saying that having fewer children makes you happier, and I'm saying we're having many fewer children and Americans are much less happy. And you see this even beyond just
But that's
random
not,
surveys.
you can't link that.
I kind of want to push back on this idea that we've gotten more unhappy as time has progressed, because at least to my understanding, what's happened in the last 20 or 30 years is an increased awareness of like mental health and what that means. So it's not necessarily that people were really happy before and now suddenly are miserable.
Yeah.
It's just that now we're actually having data where people can talk openly about their mental health, unhappiness, and not be as stigmatized as before. If we look at the 1950s and even like housewives around that time, we see like there is actually like a huge rate of like narcotic usage and basically like prescription.
That's an excellent point. Like the rampant abuse of drugs just to get through the day. Also, like keep in mind, like in the 1950s, like we weren't prioritizing mental health at all. Like people didn't have terms for like post-traumatic stress disorder. We literally, if somebody was mentally unwell, we just called them a moron and then we locked them up. Like literally. That was what we did. So yeah, it's not surprising that we now have more sophisticated ways to understand mental health and like what people need and how to like cater and like help them be productive members of society, as opposed to just throwing them a bunch of like pills so that they're walking through life high as shit. Yeah, they're doing really, really good.
Into that level. So I'm not necessarily, if I would go as far to say, yeah, we've gotten unhappiness as time, we've gotten more unhappy as time has gone by. I would say more likely, oh no, we've been able to properly report, measure, and assess mental health as time has gone by.
And
Sure,
medicate.
Listen, I'm very inclined towards your view that social scientific studies are bunk. I mean, there's a major replication crisis. I think it's all ridiculous. I will cite those social science stats when they serve my argument, because why not? That's what we do these days. But I agree. I'm skeptical of measuring happiness and all the rest of it. But on the mental health point, I think here we do have some pretty firm data, and it contradicts the argument you're making, which is right now, 1 in 5 middle-aged women in the country is hooked on antidepressant drugs. On any given day, they're taking them. Women are 2.5 times as likely as men to take these depression drugs. It is ubiquitous at this point. And the rates of taking depression drugs are going up. It's getting much worse. So if we're not getting less and less
again, it's better to be on antidepressants than it is to be like hooked on like painkillers and opioids, which is what they did in the 1950s for housewives.
happy, why do people keep taking more and more depression drugs?
Well, why were housewives in the 50s downing like a bottle of wine at lunch every day? I'm just saying
Yeah,
now
were they?
we're seeing...
I'm not so sure. I mean, these are anecdotes.
We're supplanting self-medication now with actually like medically backed drugs that actually help women with their mental health issues.
I don't know that they
It's also
help.
now that when...
Oh man, dude, he's getting just like beat with like plywood. My God. Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I guess it's actually been relatively constant. Drinking. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that. Though it's worth noting that like during World War II, the amount of drinking just spiked like crazy. Is there data on like I want to know alcoholism. Rates of alcoholism, not just like I'm not that committed to the bit, but interesting to look at later, I think.
When you're sad, you just go to the doctor and they give you antidepressant drugs. I don't know how much more depressed people actually are, other than the fact that they're just dishing them out to everybody.
And they're dishing them out more and more and more. Sure, you can blame the pharmaceutical industry, the medical industry. I'm just pointing out, one in order to argue against these social science statistics, one has to just turn toward unfalsifiable anecdotes and memes. The housewives were all miserable in the 50s. They were secretly, drinking behind their husbands' backs. But I don't know, maybe they were, maybe they weren't. All I have are the data available
well, the data
to me,
is
and the
just
data
saying that
worse.
more people are on antidepressants. It's not telling you what.
Yeah, all I have is data. I just have the facts, says man who we've literally watched like 3 videos of now, and like citing one fact is like the most he's done. One fact out of like 40 minutes of content where he's claiming to be citing facts. Insane, wild stuff. But this lady's absolutely correct. Like, yeah, no kidding, more people are on antidepressants now in 2024 than there were in the 1950s. People weren't on antidepressants in the 1950s. They were on, painkillers and shit. They were busy huffing gasoline.
Why? It's not telling you what caused it. It's not telling you.
Depression,
so that's
presumably, is
well, that's what we're debating here, is what could have caused it. You're saying, oh, it's
No, but I'm not saying, maybe they hate their husband, maybe they hate their kids, maybe they don't like the weather in their town.
Like, I think
but
ADHD
in any
is
case,
a great example of this. Anyone now can just be like, oh, I have trouble focusing. Does everyone have ADHD, or are people just getting these drugs? Like, these are questions that we should ask before we jump to a conclusion.
No, I agree. Look, I think that they're pathologizing a lot of ordinary aspects of human nature. But I think part of the reason that we do that is because we're so radically misinterpreting human nature, which brings us right back to feminism.
Can I just really quick, you feel free to cut this. I love watching you work.
Nah, we're good. Oh God.
Yeah, just what I needed.
No, we're not watching this. It's 2 hours long. I can't. What is wrong with modern women? I can't do another video with this guy. I can't. You can't make me. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing a 2 hour long video about this. Like, holy shit, the opening part of this video is, did Pfizer bring Travis Cleese and Taylor Swift together? Like, this guy's literally building entire conspiracy theories about drug companies pairing up Taylor Swift. I can't do it. I'm not going to do it. You can't make me. Anyway, folks, if you've been enjoying stream today, hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button on the YouTube stream. You little goony goofers.
Oh, that's right.
And consider dropping some subs or donos. I know it's a weekend stream, but the subs and donos are what allow me to do streams and have shelter and food and all that jazz. Hey, Spicy Diarrhea. I'm confused. Isn't this supposed to be like a Red Pill podcast? Why are the women blowing the fuck out of this dude? Well, so Spicy Diarrhea, what they do on podcasts like this is they either find like left-leaning like ladies who are attractive, like super attractive, or they find OnlyFans models and then they hire them to come on the show. Predominantly, I'm not super familiar with the show, but my impression is that they predominantly have like OnlyFans models on, and then mainly it's the host of the shows asking the guests questions, and then sometimes the girls on the show get to go back and forth with the guest. So basically, Michael Knowles, I think, went into this expecting like lightweight, like non-intellectual ladies from OnlyFans who are going to nod along and accept whatever bullshit came out of his mouth, and he found that that was not the case. That's essentially what happened there. He got blown the fuck out by his own arrogance. Can we find out who the girls are? I mean, yes, but you'll have to look up that show. I'm not looking that up right now. Just doll up Riverboat Jack. I don't think I look good enough to be on one of those shows. I'm aged out of the primary demographic that they want to bring on. And frankly, I was probably still too old when I started my transition. You notice they don't have like dommy mommies on, you know? Couldn't find a way to hit notifications on YouTube for your channel? I can't help you with that. I don't know how to do it either. Are two of them connected with PV? That's cool. But you're cute. I don't feel cute. Gamer G, you're starting earlier than I did. Don't worry about it, okay? It'll take a bit, but you'll get there. You'll get where you want to be. Yeah, this is why they primarily bring on like 19, 20, 21-year-olds, you know?
Just a little longer.
Anyway, like, comment, and subscribe! My shelf life as a woman in media is rapidly depleting. Let's see. Oh god. Okay, nope, it's time for like not John Doyle brain rot. It's time for lefty brain rot, okay? Lefty fashy brain rot. It's Crystal and Sagar, everybody. Debating NoFap. The content you've always wanted and dreamed of.
All right, Sagar, what are you looking at?
Well, a crazy phenomenon that I've observed in the last few years is a concerted mainstream effort to target online male spaces for self-improvement. Much of it can be traced back to Gamergate and the fake moral panics about the so-called pickup movement, but in recent years, it's transformed into something else entirely. The latest iteration that you will all famously recall is the infamous MSNBC article about fitness is somehow fascist, but at a deeper level, the demonization has been in many forms for recent months and years. The targeting of any discussion about testosterone, about people doing their own research when it comes to medical procedures. My personal favorite latest, it recommends that people eat less protein because it goes against what the US government recommends on nutrition. The tilt to all of it is a fear of self-discovery, self-mastery, and self-improvement. Mostly by—
Okay, I will say that this has kickstarted like one of the dumbest bits of online like drama I've ever seen in my life. I will say that. I've largely not talked about it, but basically there's a colossal amount of drama right now in leftist spaces because someone like went viral for saying that in order to be like more anti-fascist, you should like cultivate yourself. You should like work on improving your skills and like working out, etc. And people are like going crazy about it on the left, saying that it's like ableist, that it's classist, that it's like actually evil to even ask this of people. And that's kind of crazy to me because I don't think improving yourself should be considered any of those things. Alleged Allegra, thank you very much for getting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. So basically what I want, yeah, it's a very much a what type situation where people keep going back and forth and it keeps escalating. Now anyone who says you should exercise is like the devil. To really hammer home my point here, do exercise, does self-improvement have like certain race and like class distinctions that make it easier or harder depending on, you know, your state of existence? Absolutely. Like, it's a lot easier for richer people to work out because they can afford things like gym memberships or workout equipment or just the time to go work out. It's easier to do that. And whether or not you have access to those spaces can also be like has a racial component. You know, the ease with which you can work out has a component of ability. Right? So there are factors at play that make it easier or harder to do. But even if it's hard, it's still good to improve yourself. I think that's the easiest way to like reframe this entire conversation. It's that it is good to improve. It is good to improve society. It is good to improve yourself. And I think that there are people who are like basically like extrapolating from some of the things that have been said that like if you aren't working out, you are not anti-fascist because fascists will work out, and when like a day of conflict comes, you will be found unprepared. But like I think the much better way of framing it is just improve yourself. And you can be intentional in the ways you improve yourself. You know, even if you are not a person of able body, there are ways you can improve yourself. There are ways you can build and hone skills. There are ways you can build your community up, you know? And that's a good thing. Doing it for yourself, I think, needs to be the primary motivator. But I think you can also improve with specific goals in mind. You know, those goals might be anti-fascist or community building or community defense or self-defense. Like, it can be for a bunch of different purposes, but primarily, I think at the baseline, improving yourself is good. We should be living lives where we go through our entire lives constantly trying to improve ourselves. And I think I don't think that is a classist or racist or ableist statement to make. I think that in this conversation, and the reason it's become drama is because people bring in extraneous factors to be like, oh, what if blah, and people are having like, you know, subpar, not ideal answers to those hypotheticals or what ifs. So like, my point here is just like, at the very least, don't be against the concept of improving yourself. It's not even classist, it's just lazy. I'm lazy, but I used to have this roommate that would do a set of push-ups at every street corner on the way to the bus stop. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, there is a component of class to being able to work out effectively, right? Like, if you are able to have, like, a personal trainer, if you're able to afford, like, a meal plan, if you're able to afford, like, that can help you in your effort to work out. It can make it easier. But that's the class component. Making it easier is the class component. You can still do it even if you're poor, even if you got nothing. Even if you are disabled in a number of different ways, you can still do some kind of self-improvement. And that is going to be good. Yeah, even indirectly through like better healthcare access, either mental or physical, of course. Yeah. Proper nutrition is also expensive. These are all class components that make it more difficult to live a healthier lifestyle, but it doesn't necessarily mean that improving your lifestyle is bad. Yeah, honestly, best thing I ever did, okay? There's a yoga channel that I watch. I do my yoga from, okay, when I do it. Best thing I've ever done with my body. There's a YouTube channel called Yoga with Adrian. It's free. You can all you have to do, you don't even need a yoga mat. It's nice to have a yoga mat, but you don't need one. You just watch the video. And like you do the routine with no additional things. And there you go. It takes like 25 minutes. Stretching is good. It also builds like core muscle strength like across your body. It's great. That's the best thing. I mean, when I do yoga, it makes me feel a lot better about my body. I like the idea of yoga. I want to try it. My favorite video for doing yoga. Let me see here if I can find it. I call it baby yoga, okay? Hey everyone. It's a 20-minute yoga video. Y'all can do it. I have watched this so many times. I can't even begin to tell you. And it's just real easy, She's just go, there's the sitting portion. And then there's the on all fours portion, and then there's the standing up. Like it's good stuff. It's a simple routine. I like it, and you all can do it too. Maybe I'll start doing it on stream. Keep me a little bit accountable, huh? Because it also, like, working out really only works if you're like consistent with it. I'm gonna go eat breakfast and then try it. Hell yeah. Let's go. Yes, also like I like all of her yoga videos, but like this one's great. Also, goddamn, 52 million views. Good job, Adrian. Group yoga stream. Yeah, maybe we'll start like getting into a stretch where we do yoga at the beginning of stream. That could be a really fun thing to do. Chill us all out for the upcoming stream. I have 2 bachelors in kinesiology, exercise science, as well as allied health professions, and I can confirm that stretching is super important to health. Hell yeah. And I need to do a lot more of it because my entire job is sitting here in front of you guys. Also, folks, thanks for being here. Hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, do all the things. And consider dropping some subs or donos, huh? Especially for a weekend stream. Also, yeah, I mean, stretching also helps you avoid cramps and injuries for sure. Hawkeye Pierce, I don't know where you... Oh, you posted it in Twitch chat. If you post it in Twitch chat, no one can see it. You have to whisper it to a mod, or you have to come over to riverbed.gg. Links are disabled in Twitch chat because we got too many like chuckle fucks posting like gore porn and shit.
by men who are eschewing official recommendations by medicine and government. The latest and the most shocking attack on this front occurred a few days ago by NPR, which ran a hit piece on a community of men online who are dedicated to shunning pornography and spreading the concern about its widespread usage of young men.
Oh, he's defending the honor
it relies
of
on the
NoFap.
testimony of so-called sexual experts, as if there is such a thing, and appears to
Take my
basically
money,
endorse
BWA.
widespread porn use.
Yo, Metatyahu, thank you very much for the $10 dono, exemplifying that BWA spirit. Thank you so goddamn much. I love this, though. This is so much better than I ever could have imagined. He's literally trying to go to bat for the honor of not masturbating during November. Ah, yes, the honor.
Usage by young men. They write, quote, many researchers and sex therapists worry that online communities that have formed in response to fears often endorse inaccurate medical information, exacerbate mental health problems, and in some cases overlap with extremist and hate groups. Extremist and hate groups? My God. So, by the way, if you're wondering what those ties are, the NPR reporter relies...
Yeah, no, the entire NoFap movement came about from incel forums on 4chan and 8kun. Like, that's the entire premise of it comes from, like, the idea that, like, by masturbating, you're releasing, like, your pent-up sexual energy, and that's bad for you, you know? Also, just just somewhat related, if you're a trans lady, you should masturbate a lot. I'm throwing that out there. Masturbate a lot if you're a trans lady, okay? Because there's a concept with HRT called, like, use it or lose it, and basically, if you don't masturbate a lot, your genitalia will shrink, and that may or may not be good. So, depending on the size you're aiming for, use it or lose it, okay? Anyway, moving on.
On Reddit users making jokes in comments about the Illuminati and global elite, as well as an alleged anti-feminist...
Yeah, especially if you don't have testosterone in your body.
But what actually shocked me about the piece is not that it ran, but what I found out from one of the organizers behind the movement, and how this piece fits into a concerted and multi-billion-dollar effort in recent months by pornography.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of trans
to
women are fine
demonize men
with
who are
it,
trying
but,
their best to stay away from them.
Just throwing
and
out the
institute
tips for
guardrails
newbies.
teenagers. Much of the machinery behind this story appears to have been orchestrated by the so-called Free Speech Coalition in the United States. The so-called sex expert and the urologist who are quoted in the story.
Hawkeye Pierce, it does have an effect on the size of your penis if you're a trans lady. I like that. That's actually a fact. But no, I'm not saying that if you masturbate, your penis is going to get smaller. I'm saying if you don't have enough blood routinely flowing to your penis, and as a result of being on testosterone suppressants as a trans lady, your genitalia will shrink. That's facts. That's science. I'm not saying anything about cis men. This was specifically for trans ladies. I never read that. Well, I've talked with enough doctors, and I know that to be true. So I'm just letting everyone know. But then again, I don't do a lot of masturbation research. It's not masturbation research. It's literally like one of the common things that doctors will bring up to you after you've been on HRT for like 2 years.
Story, both either have ties to the porn industry or have been supporters in the past. In fact, when I spoke to a person involved in the so-called NoFap movement who worked with NPR on the story, they revealed to me that NPR did not reach out to many of the people that they recommended they reach out to who have been positively impacted from abstaining from pornography. They instead decided to highlight a few examples of their
that's
own.
what we like to see.
Only one who spoke positively, and including
also,
two
tiny
who said
girl
that they were
dicks are
no
cute,
longer
okay?
followers of the movement. By the way, as evidence from one of their former adherents who is now healthy, they pointed out to an individual who previously had ditched pornography, now consumes pornography regularly, and indulges in a cross-dressing fetish. According to them, that is supposedly healthy and cool, while ditching pornography is bad. Those that I spoke with at NoFap also notified me that NPR was provided with a list of 22 separate urologists that they could interview who would support their health claims. Their NPR instead interviewed their own.
Man, it's so telling that Sagar and Jetty is like, this guy who started masturbating again developed a cross-dressing fetish, and that is deeply distressing to me. And it's like, what, bro, just let him live his life. He's not imposing his cross-dressing fetish on you. My God.
As I said, is a verified friend of the pornography industry. None of this is happening in a vacuum. Much of it is tied directly to a recent government action that is attempting to put age limitations on pornography usage. In the last year, 8 states have now enacted legislation requiring porn companies to verify the age of users attempting to access their content. This has caused major showdowns now between Pornhub and its affiliates with these states. In some cases, will result in blocking access in states entirely who enact this legislation. The law is very simple. Any website which has more than 1/3 of its content classified as adult must verify that the users are over the age of 18. Naturally, the porn companies are freaking out about this new legislation because they rely on hooking teenagers as early as possible and keeping them as lifetime customers. Now, you may say that I'm
No, they're upset about it because verifying the age of everyone who uses your website requires like so much extra bureaucratic nonsense and is impossible to verify. Like, again, is Sagar not familiar with the fact that fake IDs exist? Like, my God. People can fake their age all the time. Yeah, this is just morality policing. Who the hell would give their real identity to Pornhub? That's the other aspect. It's like the cyber security aspect, which is like, you really want to give like your government documents to Pornhub so you can watch porn? No. No one wants to do that. No one wants like a paper trail that leads directly back to them and their porn viewing. I should go to the next one and build this road. Yeah, like people don't want to share confidential information with porn sites for obvious reasons. There's a website that fakes AI, that uses AI to fake IDs. Yeah. I mean, Sagar is an open fascist. Like, that's why he's in favor of this type of morality policing. And again, keep in mind that the disastrous effect that he's listed so far is really just an anecdote about this one guy who developed a cross-dressing fetish. And it's just like, well, that's no skin off your nose, bud. You don't have to engage with that other guy's, like, cross-dressing fetish. That's his thing. It doesn't have to be yours. The idea of needing an idea to look at something that isn't like a top secret document is incomprehensibly unreasonable. Yeah, exactly. Quiet but louder.
Dumbass.
Like, I don't know. Like, I need less documentation on file to just like get like a thing of whiskey. Yeah, and honestly, the fact that like VPNs exist, the fact that like the dark web exists, it's just gonna make the sites that these people go to for pornography sketchier and sketchier, which is going to lead to the exploitation of more like people in general, but also it's gonna lead to the exploitation of children because those teenagers are not going to stop being horny. They're not going to stop being horny and wanting to look at boobs or dicks or vaginas. They're just going to get more sophisticated in the way that they search them out, and they're gonna go to places that are dangerous for them to be like going around and interacting with people, or like using programs they don't fully understand. So like, I don't know, man. This is only downsides.
Stupid, and that teenagers will seek out porn if there's a law or not. And you are probably right. But does that stop us from having drinking age verification when you order liquor online or when you buy nicotine products? No. We recognize as society.
But here's the thing: the worst case scenario about of like a teenager looking at porn is they get an erection and jack off. What the worst case scenario of a teen buying alcohol is they drink so much they die, or they like drive drunk and kill someone. You know, I think that there's a big difference between like masturbating to pornography and like killing somebody with a car or yourself. I think there's a pretty meaningful difference there. And like the other aspect of this is if teenagers try to look at pornography and it is criminalized for them to do so without like providing like their IDs, then you're just jailing kids for like looking at titties. That's crazy. Jack, you're forgetting that masturbating to the right is extremely shameful and sinful. You're only supposed to coom for procreation to these freaks. I mean, yeah, but like that's the thing, right? Like that's a religious argument. That's not a secular argument. That shouldn't be an argument that guides our republic. Hey, Fight Mage Studios.
While some may seek harmful substances, or in this case, content, out of the side of the law, the purpose of the law...
going to juvie for using fur affinity without an ID. Going to jail because your DeviantArt account is looking too much at those sexy Sonic pictures.
Is to try and protect children wherever possible. This is not, and I repeat, not a substitute for parenting. It is an effort by states to protect children from what we used to recognize as something that's harmful. The NPR article purpose is simple. Concerns about pornography are unfounded. If they're unfounded, then age verification laws, which states are rushing to adopt, are bad. You could call me a prude if you wish, but ask yourself, why is it all that controversial when every person who has ever seen a child interact with an iPad can instantly recognize we are in uncharted territory with the nature of addictive nature of today's technology. I write this as secular and non-extremist who has long been concerned about the unchecked power of the
your
porn
argument
industry
is
in the
pretty
United States.
non-secular.
I don't think they should be banned. I believe adults can make choices for themselves. But I do certainly believe that the media should speak up for those who find themselves at the mercy of these forces, working to keep them weak rather than as a defender of them. So I'm curious what you think, Crystal, after all of that. I thought the way that it was written was absolutely... I think there's a way that you could have written it where you could have given more of a balanced approach, but the way that it was, you know, the people who they highlighted and all of that, the ties were just so clear to me, especially when I spoke with the guys who were a target of this. They were like, we tried to work with her. She was not giving us a single chance. They didn't reach out to any of the people we spoke to. It was like a completely unidirectional. It's like when you set out to write a story that you know you want the headline to be, and then you just rely on the people for that.
But I find your monologue is a little confusing because the overwhelming part of the article had nothing to do with porn. It was about masturbation. It was about these these groups like NoFap, which, you know, you guys probably know what that means, which are all about telling men the solution to their problems is to never masturbate, and backing it up with all these completely bullshit health claims. And so, you know, totally opposite the idea that this is an attack on men who are trying to self-actualize or whatever. I see it more as an attack on these people who are trying to take advantage of men and lie to them and add more stress to their lives. I mean, they interview people who are like, yeah, I thought that, you know, if I did this like 90-day no masturbation cleanse, then like all my problems would be solved. And instead, I just ended up with more problems because I was so constantly stressed out about trying to figure out how not to jerk off, basically. So I just found it kind of like strange that that was your takeaway when porn was very incidental to this very long piece.
The reason why is that the first of all, no fat, whatever. This is hilarious to talk about.
I mean, these are grifters.
Yeah.
These are grifters who are lying to dudes.
But
like,
the thing
that's
is
a legitimate target.
That is not actually what the organization is based on. The organization is not based on masturbation.
But it's called No Fap.
It's literally based on no.
What it's about.
It traces back to Your Brain on Porn, which is the original website, and the movement overall, which is dynamically is targeted to keeping people away from pornography. There are many schools of the whole like.
Your Brain on Porn is explicitly in a religious organization, right? It was founded by Gary Wilson, an anatomy, physiology, and pathology teacher, which I'm interested to know why they're using that language instead of like professor or like some other kind of expertise. I want to know about the funding of the website. Medical disclaimer? The medical disclaimer. This statement is the medical disclaimer for yourbrainonporn.com. This website contains general information about medical conditions and treatments. The information is not advice and should not be treated as such. Cool. Disregard it then. Gotcha. I'm just curious about where they get their funding. Found a different like a religious diocese. Man, so much of this, like if you just Google Your Brain on Porn, you get the site that he's talking about, but you also get literally every other result, which is like Christian counseling or like porn addiction. Yeah, no, Gary Wilson isn't like a scientist. He's not a researcher. I guess he's just a guy who wrote a book. Yeah, literally, like all of these results are from religious news agencies talking about Gary. So I'm wondering where the funding comes from. Not telling me. Put this in quotes. I want to know the funding. Yeah, none of this. This is all very sussy. I'm not gonna lie.
No masturbation, semen retention, all this other nonsense, which
But that's what the article is focused on. That's what it's focused. It's not focused on
the entire point. The entire point of the website is not to masturbate. Like what that's the entire premise of the movement, Sagar. Like it's literally called No Fap. Fap is just FAP means masturbation. It's internet lingo for masturbation. Internet lingo, again, that originated on like 4chan and 8kun in incel forums.
Porn part of it, it's focused on these communities of dudes who have convinced themselves that like the secret to their problems is not masturbating, which is stupid and wrong and just going to stress you more out.
The article for me was trying to undermine the overall movement, which is not focused nearly as much on the whatever, all this nonsense about testosterone increasing or, you know, whatever. It was much more an attempt, at least this is the way I read it, to try and undermine the overall, you know, the overall movement, which is almost entirely, if you were to engage and to go on the space, is centered around pornography. It has nothing to do with any of these claims about masturbation or
Again,
about semen ritual, whatever, testosterone, etc.
It's called nofap.com. I mean, there's clearly an element of that. I think you're reading a lot into it that isn't there. I read the whole piece. It's lengthy. It's all about this, like, you know, pseudoscience about how, you know, your testosterone will increase and girls will love you and you'll feel better and you'll be like a real man if you don't jerk off anymore, which is like predatory. That's like predatory to men. So I just viewed it through the total opposite lens of it didn't really take a position on pro-pornography or anti-pornography. That was like incidental to the whole thing.
I don't think it's true, because if you look at the quote-unquote survivors and the people who are no longer adherents, all of them talk about consumption of pornography. Because again, pornography is the one that is upstream of this entire discussion.
Well, what they say
it has nothing to do with many of the look, like I said, nofap.com and all of that. The vast majority of the content is not focused about what we're talking about here. It is all about pornography. Now, the people I spoke to have been under attack now for years by the porn industry, largely because they understand that any abstention from masturbation or sexual behavior or whatever is itself obviously an attack on
Crystal's
the
been
porn
doing
industry.
a lot better
And
lately.
I don't think it's an accident that it happens whenever the North Carolina law, Virginia,
What does he
where we
think
both
pornography
live,
is
both
for?
considering,
Clearly
legislation on this. There are actually 14 now states that are thinking about
destroying
adopting
men.
this. It's all happened in the last several months. For me, though, again, the way I read it, and I thought it was telling that they focus on pornography amongst the quote-unquote survivors of the survivors or whatever of this thing, is that they're trying to make a straw man of a claim and of a movement, which is not the vast.
I'm sorry, survivors of fapping? So the survivors of masturbation? I've survived a time or two. I fapped once. I fapped too close to the sun. Ever since, been too afraid. I mean, like, yeah, it's easier to masturbate with porn, guys. Newsflash.
Majority of people who are engaging with this type of content.
But here's the thing. I mean, again, when I read it, the parts where they talk about pornography, I think it also makes a lot of sense of basically like, you know, these people had been convinced that like all pornography, you have to completely abstain and you have an addiction if you're watching porn like once a week or once a month or whatever. And that was adding a lot of shame and pressure to their lives that didn't belong. So I don't see anything nefarious in that.
Well, I mean, look, it depends. More what I would say is like...
It depends on what?
Again, I'm a secular person. I got no Christian undertones to all of us, but I think
yeah,
that,
you're
know,
fascist,
at least
though.
when we use our phone, at least when we use any sort of technology that we can understand as addictive, alcohol, anything, we can see at the beginning, from the outset, we're like, this is a trade-off. I don't think that is baked into teenagers and others, especially men who are well into their 30s, 40s now, who have grown up on the internet. The norms and all of the other things that people have internalized around things that are harmful, that does not exist with pornography. And I think that's what most of the nofap, quote-unquote, movement, people online, people on Instagram and others who talk about this are trying to get into people's heads.
What
so
I
for me,
see-
like, this is way less. Whatever this is,
Yeah.
I think is a very, very small part of the abstention from pornography movement, which is widespread, increasingly taking off, and I hope it continues to do so for people who are young, and is a straw man to try and target them to seem as freaks and weirdos. Where, in my opinion, it is much more freakish and weird to celebrate like widespread pornography usage, and again, to come after and to advocate for legislation, which is what the people who are quoted in this article believing is you shouldn't have age verification.
But
if you do
again,
outside research,
that's not even a part of the article.
No,
The
you're
age
right.
verification thing isn't even in there. I mean, that's not even an argument that's being made here. But I think it is entirely appropriate to expose basically predator grifters who are lying to dudes about, you know, some solution that is just going to create more stress, some quote-unquote solution which is only going to create more stress and anxiety in their lives. I think that's an entirely appropriate, like, lane to investigate. And you may not 100% love, you know, the piece that they wrote or the people they talked to or whatever. But to say it's illegitimate to even talk about that and say, hey, this isn't a solution and you're getting lied to, I actually think that's a disservice to men.
I don't think it's illegitimate. I think that it was biased. I think that the person behind it was clearly used. I don't think she understood the Free Speech Coalition and much of the ties to these doctors and advocates who have been largely appearing at pornography events, which I have evidence if people want to go and look at it, and are openly talking and using their power, articles like this, to advocate specifically against age verification laws, which I'm talking about. I was trying to bring it. No, I know, but they use, this is what they use. They're like, hey, look, these people are all grifters. The people behind this, you want to be aligned with the freaks? Like, that's why you can't support something.
I just have to say, like, Shark300 said this a while back on Twitter, and I think it's really true. We just need to start pointing at conservatives and being like, you're a fucking weirdo. You're being weird as hell. You're being a freak right now. Like, your behavior is freakish. And that's what he's doing. Like, he's being incredibly weird about this.
Republicans will die on the hill of semen retention and genital inspections and question why they keep losing elections. Please vote BWA.
Gamer G, thank you for the $5 dono, and I couldn't agree more. This reeks of him clicking on a pornado in his email and traumatized him. Yeah. No. Shai Halud, it's more basic than that. He was on Pornhub and he clicked on a video with a hot lady and a dude in it. And that hot lady turned out to be a trans woman. And by the time he realized, it was too late. He was already going like crazy. He was going to town. Clown town. And now he's really mad about it. Like, legitimately, there's like a 25% chance that is actually what happened. And he's just upset about it, and he's venting his frustration here. You know, getting his frustrated rocks off.
Something like this. Like, for me, it's a part of a tool. It's the same way as if you look at the past. Like, the fitness is a fascist article that we infamously remember from MSNBC. That whole article was about how some Nazis or whatever like fitness. I mean, sure, is that a legitimate point? Yeah. But what's the subtext? Like, what are they trying to say? Is that gym obsession and all of this is hyper-masculine, can have ties, quote-unquote, to right-wing movements, and is coded as bad? I'm reading this in the same, like, social commentary. That's not what the article said.
I think you're reading too much into it.
Maybe I'm crazy.
I mean, this reporter's not responsible for that piece, right? This person is writing their own thing about something they've seen, is provably harmful to men. Like I said, I think that is a service to men to say, hey, this is a pack of lies, and ending your days of jerking off is, first of all, you're not going to be able to accomplish it, and second of all, it's only going to create more stress in your life and is not any sort of a solution for whatever problems you might actually be facing.
I think you're being charitable, and maybe that's good. Maybe I'm too much of a conspiracy theorist here. For me, it's a matter of emphasis. It's a matter of where the quote-unquote medical establishment falls down on what's good and what's not, and then in general, it's like we're really going to be policing the thought of a small segment of an overall hundreds of thousands of people who are online, who, again, we're talking about policing Reddit comments inside of threads, as opposed to the overwhelming thing is just, hey, stay away from porn.
This is a whole organization that's set up, dedicated to, like, go on this 90-day no masturbation, like, cleanse. I don't know.
Is about being away from pornography, and it's specifically about resetting the relationship to
that's not what this article is really. Pornography is so incidental to this, and the age verification thing isn't here whatsoever. So I just think you've concocted like an elaborate conspiracy that isn't there in terms of what's actually in the article.
We'll see, Crystal. We'll see when they use one of these articles in the state legislature to argue against the laws. I think I'll be proof.
Well, and I also have issues with the idea of everybody having to upload their driver's license before they jerk off.
It's not a
Let me put that on the record as well.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that another day. All right, guys, as you can see, we enjoy having our fun debates. There are quite a few, right? Last couple of days.
Been period lately.
Good for breaking points, I think. You guys can support us at breakingpoints.com. We've got the RFK Junior Focus Group, which is coming up, which will, again, be exclusively available. Other than that, we will see you all.
Hey guys, if you enjoyed seeing us react to each other's non-live subscribe so that you can see our reactions to every single episode.
That's right. Go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium subscriber.
All right. Scary out here. So FAP is for men only? I guess so. Yeah. Oh God. 538. Nate Silver is going to be insufferable this roll around the election cycle. What's it called for women or non-binary people? I think it's just called the same thing, frankly. Okay. All right, we have one more piece of brain rot. I don't think we're going to get to John Doyle today. But I do think we have time for a Matt Walsh.
So I want to talk about this.
So get ready. He has some thoughts about Taylor Swift. I wonder if he's going to be like accurate in his diagnosis here. Probably not.
This is I've had this for a few days, and it's a headline. This is from The Blaze. What? An article came out a few days ago. And the headline is, sure, the left has Taylor Swift, but we have cat turd. Now, let me just say right off the bat, I've got nothing against The Blaze. I love The Blaze. I used to work there. They're great. I like everyone there. They do fantastic work. And as for cat turd, you know, he's a conservative Twitter account, if you didn't know, and many people don't, which is part of the problem here. But I got nothing against him. It's a fine account. I don't follow the account, but it gets retweeted on my feed all the time, and it's fine. I got no issues there at all. With all that said, I disagree stridently with this article, and in fact, I think it captures so much of what is wrong with modern conservatism these days. So let me just read a little bit of this. It's a bit of this article that is not meant to be self-deprecating in any way. This is not satire. At first I thought it was. When I read the headline, oh, we don't need Taylor Swift, we have cat turd. I honestly thought at first it was I just glanced at it. I thought it was a pretty funny Babylon Bee headline. It's not. It's 100% serious. So you know, the article begins talking for a while about Taylor Swift and the NFL and the whole Swift-Kelsey NFL storyline that people have been so fascinated by, and it's all culminating with the Super Bowl this weekend. And then the writer, Alvin Sadar, gets to this. He says, yes, the NFL has gone rogue, and the upcoming Super Bowl is appealing to many in that peculiar camp. I, for one, will be tuning out, but I'm sure things will work out for the best. It will at least be an exciting, close enough game, and the result will wrap up a wonderful season-long marriage.
What the hell?
So, where are the stories from those on the right? Why are we always playing defense? Where is our offense? Okay, so far so good. Those are good questions. Where are our stories? People can complain about Taylor Swift and the NFL all they want, but the simple fact of the matter is that these are stories, and these are people that captivate the public. The public loves the NFL. A lot of people in the public love Taylor Swift. I don't like Taylor. It doesn't matter. People are interested in this.
What the hell, dude?
So we can complain about that, on and on and on. But what do we have? Like, we could say to the public, "Oh, don't pay attention to that. That's stupid. That don't pay." But what else are we giving them to pay attention to instead? What are we saying? Oh, no, that's dumb. Here's something great. Right? You don't need that for entertainment. You don't need to. We got this. This is so much better. So where is that? And that's the question that the writer's asking. It's a good question. The problem is that he settles on cat turd, the Twitter account.
God damn.
We have a Twitter account named after feline fecal matter that trolls the left. And it's so much better than Taylor Swift. So, he continues. Recently, I watched Tucker Carlson interview the internet sensation on X who goes by the moniker Cat Turd. Cat Turd, of course, is not his real name, like William or Mike or Carl Cat Turd. Nonetheless, he has an interesting story about how he went from being a drug-using, tie-dye-wearing, honest-to-goodness hippie to championing the common-sense viewpoint on the right. What happened? While working construction, Cat Turd and his builder buddies would listen to Rush Limbaugh on the radio. Because he overwhelmingly agreed with Rush and his arguments against the left, Cat Turd soon came to realize that he himself was a conservative. Cat Turd decided to start tweeting his own opinions, and before long found himself internet famous. His tweets even got under the skin of the high and mighty, such as former U.S. Representative Adam Kinzinger. Now, why would a relatively small player in the culture wars be used here as an example of pushback against the Taylor Swifts of the world? Yes, why? Well, he says, I think it comes down to what's going on behind the scenes. The left controls all the big messaging outlets known as the mainstream media, but the right seems to have a whole army of rabble-rousers behind the scenes in social media. In political days of yore, Nixon in the 1970s, the term silent majority referred to the folks who were a strong, powerful, motivating force in the culture, but did not have a media megaphone. Something very similar is stirring today. Bold, outspoken champions on the right may have been shoved to the sidelines, but add to their continued influence rising stars like Charlie Kirk and Glenn Beck and Eric Metaxas. Let's just say that America's personal 2024 Super Bowl, this year's presidential election, is far from played out. Be encouraged. Our movement is grassroots, and we can build on the conservative clawing and scratching of a guy named Cat Turd. Anything is possible. Okay. So there's a few problems here. First, to state the obvious, comparing Cat Turd's influence on the culture to Taylor Swift is like comparing the light emitted by a desk lamp to the sun. I mean, these are two things that exist on such vastly different planes. Okay, these are such.
Oh my God, it's happened. I agree with Matt Walsh. Oh my God. Cat Turd is like a weirdly prominent Twitter poster who's favored by Elon Musk. Like that's the extent of his fame. And an article came out basically saying that Cat Turd and Taylor Swift were equivalent, which is insane. You have to be insane to try and make that point. And I can't believe it, but Matt Walsh is actually correct about this. It's true. Honestly, it's the broken clock. Matt Walsh happened to agree with me today.
Vastly different planes of existence that the comparison is incoherent. I mean, it's like going into a cave with a dying flashlight and saying, we don't need the sun, we got this thing. Who needs the sun when you got this? And this is obviously the case no matter how you feel about Taylor Swift. This is the other thing we have to be able to do as conservatives. We have to be able to analyze these things even when they involve people we don't like. You don't have to I don't care if you like her or not. It's just an objective question about cultural power and influence. And as far as that goes, Taylor Swift is selling out stadiums worldwide, and Cat Turd would, I would be surprised if he could fill a conference room, at the Cincinnati Marriott, which is not a knock against him. It's not. His right-wing Twitter fame is a very narrow lane to be in. If your house is feeling chilly right now, you may need to consider window replacement. I get it. For most homeowners, window replacement isn't something they've ever done before, and it may be a bit of a daunting task. Luckily, there's a company that will do the work for you. Renewal by Andersen is your one-stop shop for window design, manufacture, and installation. Windows play a crucial role in regulating indoor temperatures. If you notice a spike in your heating or your cooling bill, it may be due to inefficient windows, so don't put it off any longer. Renewal by Andersen offers limited, fully transformable,
he's
and
literally
best
selling you
combination
windows.
warranty coverage. Right now, Renewal by Andersen is offering a free in-home consultation on quality, energy-efficient, affordable windows or patio doors with special financing options. Text Walsh to 200-300 for a free consultation to buy one window or door and get 40% off. Plus, you'll get $200 off your entire purchase as well. These savings won't last long, so be sure to check it out by texting Walsh to 200-300. That's Walsh to 200-300. Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Minimum purchase required. Interest accrues from date of purchase but is waived if paid within promotional period. Go to windowappointmentnow.com for full offer details.
See, Amber.
What this all sort of papers over is that we have a real problem on the right. Our problem is that we don't have a Taylor Swift. We don't have anyone close to her. Like, our Taylor Swift is not Cat Turd, okay? It's not anybody. All of the cultural figures who are closest to Taylor Swift in terms of relevance and impact on the culture are all also on the left, and most of them are even further to the left than she is. And these are the people who are making culture. So on the right, for the most part, historically, We've been the cultural commentators. So the left makes the culture, and then we comment on it. We are commenting on the things that they are making and doing. But commenting on culture will never move people and never influence people, will never inspire and drive people the way that the culture itself will, obviously. Now, this is something that we want to, as you know, change at the Daily Wire, and we are working on that. It's hard. It's extremely hard. You know, it's a very hard thing to do. You get everything stacked against you. If you want to go, when you've had this dynamic for so many decades of the left makes culture, we comment on it, to then say, you know what, we want to get in the culture making business, it's a very hard thing to do. And it's a long haul, you know, and it's difficult. And we are very, very far away from Taylor Swift at this point. That's just the reality of the situation. You have to be honest about it. Deluding ourselves about it, telling ourselves that we don't need to make culture, and we don't need to tell interesting stories, and we don't need to be truly influential because we have conservative Twitter accounts is just an insane level of self-delusion. And these stories, you know, he says, well, this is a fascinating story. It's a story about how a construction worker decided to start a Twitter account and complain about Biden. It's like, that's not a fascinating story. I'm sorry, it's just not. That's not a story that's going to grab people by their hearts and speak to them at a deep visceral level and they're going to find fascinating. It's just not. And 95% of the time when those stories are being told, it's being told by the left. That, again, it's just the reality. There's nothing wrong with commentary. It's what I do for a living. It's what I'm doing at this very moment. I'm making commentary about commentary. I understand the inception levels of that we're dealing with here. But I just want to start with honesty. And we can't lie to ourselves and tell ourselves that cultural commentary is a sufficient replacement for cultural creation. And you know, honestly, even the commentary, you know, not all cultural commentary is made equal. Commentary can be important. I certainly hope so. I wouldn't do it for a living if it wasn't. But even a lot of the commentary on the right barely rises to the level of actual commentary, because to do commentary is to offer insight, analysis. It's to have a unique perspective, saying interesting things about what's happening. That's commentary. And again, it has a place. It has a value. But a lot of what we call commentary,
it's so bizarre to watch a stretch of time where Matt Walsh is actually being accurate. This is really fucking wild, dude. Like, no. That's exactly what he's doing, Shai Hulud. He's like admitting that racists and fascists, well, I guess racists, maybe you could argue they make art, but it's horrific art. But he's basically making the argument that the left makes, which is that fascists are incapable of making meaningful art. All they can really do is like remix it and like poorly attempt to recreate it and failing. You know, like the propaganda films of the Nazis are soulless affairs, you know? And it's just really weird. The worst person you know just made a good point. Yeah, that's what this is in a nutshell.
On the right is really just sort of this banal, bland regurgitation. It's the stuff that's carefully calibrated to repeat back to the audience what it already thinks. And there's really no attempt to say anything interesting at all or to take any chances at all. Another problem the conservatives have, some of that is just ingrained. You know, we're conservative. That's why we call ourselves conservative. So taking risks, you know, to actually make interesting art, you know, if you want to get into the culture making business, you got to take risks. It requires a willingness to take risks. Conservatives historically are not the best at that. And then you find that even with the commentary. So much of the conservative commentary, it's as safe as could be. It's like, this is the lane you're supposed to be in. These are the topics you're supposed to talk about. These are the things you're supposed to say. And for a large number, though not all, of the conservative commentators, they just stay right in that lane, you know, never venturing outside of it. because that's a risk. So those are all things we need to be honest about, and we need to change. So that maybe one day down the line, we can say, we don't need Taylor Swift. We have fill in the blank. But we're not there yet. If you'd like to see what else I have to say, you can access my full show by going to dailywire.com or by going to the Matt Walsh Show Twitter page. Hope to see you there. God's.
My God. I feel disgusting after having watched that. Ew. 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 I agree with you. It's true. Maybe when Matt Walsh is correct, we can call him the sassy shooter. The return of the sassy shooter. The last time he was correct on Twitter. It so happens. Oh, they forgot about Kanye. True. Any plans to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth when it comes out? I think what I'm going to do with Final Fantasy VII is I'm going to wait. I'm going to play the original Final Fantasy, which I've never played. The original Final Fantasy VII. And I'm going to wait until the third part comes out. Because I know that there's like a 3-part remake, essentially. So I'm excited for all of that. Here. I want to finish getting these supplies out of here. That's right, nerd. I really want to get out of here. I'm not even going the right direction. Fuck. Yeah, there we go. Getting back on that grind. Fuck. Okay. Are we basically stuck here? I don't have any climbing gear. Maybe I can get through over here? Nope. Fuck. Oh wait, that looks like a possible way out? Nope. Take a little break to drink something. Okay, looks like I'll have to follow the wall back where I came in. Fuck me. Maybe I can get over this way? Oh, fuck me. Maybe I can, instead of climbing over, find a better spot to drop down. Like right here. Okay. There we go. We Gucci. Time to get out of here. Monster Energy, the only beverage to survive the apocalypse. Matt Walsh is coming to terms with their movie. True. get back to this pain in the ass craftsman. Go to the left. Gotta use all your character voices for the original Final Fantasy VII. See, that's the thing that makes it so much fun for me, Crystal Hazer. I did this when I played through Final Fantasy IX. I did all the voices. It's very fun for me to do. So I think that could be really fun. Also, folks, if you've been enjoying the content today, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and consider dropping some subs or donos.
Okay, just a bit further now.
Because all of that helps me to continue making content. Oh god, please. I just want to be able to get there before all of my materials are destroyed.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID.
Hey, OS Music.
Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
There we go. Make delivery. Here you go, asshole.
Delivering cargo.
What?
Yeah, yeah, you basically sent me on a suicide mission. Fuck you.
You don't know what this means to me. Whole lot of memories in these old tools.
Yeah, fuck you.
Kind of stuff you can't replace with a chiral printer.
Uh-huh.
I was giving you an impossible mission.
Yeah, fuck you.
Very nice.
Thought I was sending you on a
Everyone's still here
suicide mission.
and in usable condition. Guess you Bridges folks really do get the job done.
Yeah, Todd Pemper. YouTube is growing like crazy these days.
Now, to be fair, Fragile and her crew never did me wrong. Could say I owe them, even. If they're running with Higgs now, and that makes them as bad as him, don't it? It's as if all the motherfucking terrorists are coming together like one big happy family. Might be time for us to do the same. Maybe there's hope for us after all.
I have no idea, Law
At least
Dog.
there's
Could
more
be.
folks like you in the UCA. Safety in numbers, huh? And the new America to boot. Connect me to the chiral network.
You got it. You got it, bucko. So how do you not topple over? You have to like balance yourself using the trigger buttons, Avalon and Babylon. Is that a necklace of thumb drives? Kind of, yeah. But they're special, supernatural thumb drives. I mean, the game also came out like 5 years ago.
Right. Now that you're looking out for me, it's only fair that I look out for you. So, as long as you keep me connected, I'll keep on supplying you with my best tools. And together we all might live a little longer.
Sick.
Oh, by the way, check out this beauty I made. It's called a Bola gun. Should keep anyone from giving you trouble for a minute.
Cool.
It's non-lethal, of course. I can't promise it won't leave marks, but that's on them. If you think you could use it, take it.
Nice. Will do.
A Bola gun, huh? That could come in handy. As is, you can use it to restrain human targets without killing them. But
Sick.
swap out those wires with strands spun from your blood, and it might even work on BTs.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah,
it a
Avalon
whirl.
and Babylon. I forgot to mention part of what makes Norman Reedus cool in this game, or like special, is that he can die and literally return from the land of the dead to the land of the living. So he's super special, and everyone wants his blood and piss and shit and gamer bathwater. And no, I'm not kidding. They literally collect all of those things from him in the game. It's text.
Well, you've done your bit. Time for me to do mine.
No, everyone's living underground. They can't come out because of the rain that makes you old.
Please access to...
What do they eat? They rely on people like Sam, the main character, delivering supplies.
Order assigned.
Yeah, basically Sam is an immortal Amazon delivery driver.
You picked this up for me?
And
Shouldn't have.
and Comcast
Really?
technician. New journal entries.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay, let's see. I want to, I guess. No, I know what I'll do. I'll deliver these to this auto paver. And then I'll come back here for this stuff. Oh, come on.
Excellent work, Sam. You've brought 3 way stations into the fold. The preppers are on the grid and the Cairo network is looking better than ever. We're planning to use a regional distro center as our next way station. But that'll have to wait. Got a priority task here. A mess in need of cleaning up. We need you to recover one of Lake Knot City's system servers.
Okay.
They sent it out for repairs and mules hit the transport on the way back. The server contains validation data for a new delivery system we're deploying. Once in place, it will use the Cairo network to automate deliveries. To us, it's invaluable. To the mules, it may as well be a toaster. A toaster they'll happily tear apart for the chiral crystals and rare earth metals inside. If we don't act quickly, we could lose that data. So get your ass to the mule's drop site, snatch the server, and bring it back to Lake Knot City.
Deal.
I'm putting the order in myself.
Okay.
Check your cufflinks for details.
I'm glad I get absolutely nothing out of this. Okay, I just want to deliver my supplies here.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Also, folks, in a couple minutes here, I'm going to have to head out. So again, last chance, last beep boop on the station. Consider hitting the follow button, hitting the subscribe button, hitting the like button, and dropping those subs and donos. Yeah, the stress and tension in this game is unreal. Like, it's very good. Also, it's very satisfying to build a road across the desolate landscape. I like it. Oh no. Why? I'm sorry, OS Crane. You can watch the VOD though. I don't know how to raid into Vosh's stream. So many ceramics. Oh, OS Crane, I'm sorry you got COVID. That does suck. The roads are it's just really satisfying to build the roads, you know? You know, maybe it's the autist in me, but I just love building infrastructure. Oh, I'm sorry your dad got it too, OS Crane. I think I remember you saying that the other day. Alright, now I can take on all the other goods.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
There we go. Well, everyone, I hope you enjoyed the stream today. I might do one later tonight, depending on how things go. We'll see. Wouldn't there be a feature where you can raid into other sites? Wouldn't that be nice, Sophie? But that feature doesn't exist. Let's see here. Maybe. Wait. Maybe. Let me see if I can figure this out real quick. How do you do raid? On YouTube? How does that even work? Huh. I don't know. But I appreciate all y'all hitting the follow button, hitting the subscribe button, doing all the things. And remember to go watch some of the videos on the YouTube channel, hit the like button on those, and drop some comments where you feel like it. Anyway, we're gonna raid our Twitch stream into Casey Explosion. And it looks like she's covering like game demos, because I know this is like been a big time of the year for game demos. So go have fun with her, and I will maybe host Vosh on riverboat.gg. I don't know how to raid in YouTube, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah. All right. Bye, everybody. Beep, boop, boop, boop.